Oh, Craig.
Now recording.
I love its like super like edgy voice.
That's good. That's good.
Emma has a crush on Craig, you guys.
Oh no. Gross.
Oh my god.
But can a hologram truly love?
I'm sure we'll
Find
get
out
to that
more.
episode eventually.
I was gonna say tune in next week.
I am going to adjust my audio just a little bit more. Okay, I think we're good. And we are, does that mean we're recording at this point?
We're recording
Yeah.
now.
We're
Okay.
recording.
We're live. So, last week was our very first meeting of all of the characters.
Yeah.
A lot of paths being crossed and meeting people for the first time, getting settled on your new journey. It is still midday on your very first day.
Right.
And this is still too loud for me.
You honestly have to get it almost all the way down. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Literally 1%.
Yeah.
So we had routine medical exams going on. We had
Yes.
Chuck getting dropped off, and now Chuck is taking his
Dropped
nap.
off at space daycare.
Yeah.
It's space daycare until an
It's
adult
really
comes to
more-
retrieve him.
It's really more like space boarding school, let's be real. Because he ain't
Oh
going
my
home
god,
soon.
you're right.
No, it's space camp.
Space
Oh
camp.
no.
6-month space camp. That's a long camp.
No,
Me-
this is boarding school.
Look, Vieira's trying to spin it as camp, so Jarrett needs to shut up.
Okay. Camp. Lucky you get 3 times as long as most summer camps. Yeah.
It's like ultra space camp. Have fun.
Now with more space.
Yeah.
Extra spacey.
Oh my God. Sorry.
Space for the whole family. All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
When we left off, we had Jarit and T'ira getting the first look at the space that they would be sharing with the IMP project and the young people that they were just about to meet, that's going to be staying with them for the next 6 months, as Chuck is. Before I go on, Jarrett, what was your
Yes?
plan with your son and these kids?
I definitely want to meet them before I bring Corin or Chuck in. Like, I want to sort of establish the imps as their little group and then introduce the not imps, but also young people who will be on the ship.
Okay.
Secondarily.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
So you know what's going to happen this afternoon here is that you and T'ira are talking right now about some of your ideas maybe on the future of working with Chuck and the future of working with these kids and how the scheduling is going to go and who's responsible for what, etc.
Right.
Jarrett, you're the project manager here, more or less.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is your guidance.
Right.
There's actually something that you specifically mentioned to me this week that I thought you might want to talk to T'ira about.
Oh, yeah.
So let's go into that.
Okay.
We're in the room that is a big cavernous room that's the gathering area for the imps, a big work table, and the hydroponics bay in the same place. So it has a fresh air and a very welcoming space. And you and T'ira are sitting at this big work table and discussing what your next bit of this mission is going to look like. So now you can take it away, JD.
One thing first, I just had a quick question. I don't know if you want us to actually come up with like an actual schedule, like what days of the week things are going to happen and stuff.
No, we just can kind of gloss over
Okay, that's good because
No, I'm sorry. That's
That
that's
much
just me
detail.
being like, this is what you're doing,
Right.
But then there are pieces of the script, as it were, that are actually worth portraying.
Awesome. Okay, just checking.
Yeah, that's good to clarify.
Yeah. Um. So, T'ira, I was thinking, these kids who are coming are very scientifically minded, very top of their class, impressive young people. So I thought maybe while they were here, we could try and keep their education a little well rounded. So I was thinking I might do a weekly art class for them, and for Corn too. I think it would be really a productive sort of use of his time as well to explore some of the arts. What do you think?
I think that's a brilliant idea. Art
Yeah,
and science are not too far apart from each other.
absolutely.
Bringing them both together will enlighten these children's minds a bit more.
See, you and I, we are on the same page. All right, I like it. What about you? Do you have any of your own artistic pursuits outside of Starfleet?
Not particularly. I might benefit from your art lessons, I suppose.
I was gonna say, well, maybe this will be an opportunity for you to discover something new about yourself as well.
Who knows, I might be another Picasso.
You never know. I don't know who that is, but you'll have to tell me about him.
Most
Or her.
definitely.
That's pretty much that.
Okay, so at that point, roundabout, you hear the door open to this bay area, and 3 young people walk in, and I'm looking for their things that I didn't open because I'm terrible.
You are not terrible.
These are kids that worked in a range from 13 to 17.
Okay.
And it was Jarit's job to read all of their essays and decide who would make the best candidates for this little
Right, so
project.
you're going to write those 3 essays for me to read, right?
No. I'm not gonna do that.
Oh, come on. How am I going to get my immersion?
You know what? I think I've done enough.
Sorry, continue.
It's okay. You can keep the people amused because I'm trying to open files that are not opening.
Fantastic. Jarit is very nervous, but he's pretty good at not showing it. He has some experience with kids. He's had his own children in multiple of his lifetimes, but he's never been a teacher. So this is like it's an especially new experience for someone who's lived, almost 7 lifetimes, but has never done this before. So it's his first time. And he's feeling a little intimidated by all these brilliant young people who he has to inspire somehow.
So these 3 kids come in, and they're definitely like looking around, very excited to start this little journey that all of them are very enthusiastic about. Outwardly, they have varying appearances of enthusiasm. One of them is a human, and you know that his name is Jacob Griffin.
Right.
This both of you do. T'ira knows this because she's been able to review their information and files. And you know that Jacob's field of interest is botany, and that he's doing some testing on plants. So you know, T'ira, that the human kid's going to be kind of the one that you end up mentoring scientifically the most. He'll be sharing some space with you in your little hydroponics bay.
Okay.
And he is like definitely bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to be here. Like he's got the big wide eyes looking around like he is ready to get started. The second teenager, I don't know what to really call them. They're 15, 16, and 17. Is that right, Jack? Or
Heck if I
15.
know.
Well, that's fair. Oh no, 15, 15, and 17.
Okay.
There we go. The second in the group is Anandorian, and his name is Tall Chivaneth. So the blue-skinned dooley pop guys.
So would he go by
Cousin.
Would he go by Tall?
Is that how their name structure works? Is his name
Yes.
Tall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So he has a more guarded sort of look to him. Like he has kind of an intensity, and he's looking around, really like surveying everything and taking things in. And he has like a real straight back. Like he's taking a pride in the fact that he's here. And you know that Tall's field of interest is cybernetics, and that he has an interest specifically in bioneuroGel. So he's going to be working with Naja the most. She's going to be kind of his mentor. And then the third person is...
he's the 17-year-old Tall?
No, he's 15.
He's 15 now.
Yeah, the first two, the two boys are 15, and the one girl is 17, sorry.
Okay.
The girl is 17. And she is a Denobulan. Her name is Sarza. I guess they only have one name.
Their family structure is so complicated they usually only use a single name.
That is really a good point, yeah.
They're the ones with like a million spouses.
Yeah.
That every male has like 5, mates and vice versa. And so it's a mesh. The family tree is a mesh, not a tree. So
Yeah.
It's like a spider web.
yeah.
So she's 17, and she's interested in medical research specifically. And she is a Denobulan, and when she comes in, she definitely is, sharing the enthusiasm, but she's a little more reserved. She's got a certain guardedness about her, and they walk into the room and take a look at you guys.
Tia smiles and waves.
Welcome to the USS Sagan. We are so excited to have you here today, and for this maiden voyage of our ship. You are gonna be some of the first people who get to experience the Nova class ship. Is that not exciting? I don't know about you guys, but I am excited. Oh, I'm Jarit+. I am the ship's counselor, and I'm going to be kind of overseeing the imp program, which you are part of. This room is going to be our classroom and hangout, and the place where some of you are going to be working on your experiments. This is my colleague, T'ira. I will let her introduce herself and her role on the ship.
Hello, everyone. Like Jared said, I'm T'ira. I'm the science officer of the ship, and I work in botany. So, I'm excited to be here. How about you all?
They're all standing standing at attention, as it were, in the presence of some pretty high up Starfleet faculty. It's just looking really quick at what their parents are like, because all of their parents are Starfleet officers that are on the ship with them.
Right.
But you outrank any of their parents, Jarrett. So
Gotcha.
you're respectable.
I'm also like, perhaps for someone like Tall, uncomfortably friendly.
Yeah, I was
about to say.
gonna say that Tall, he's standing at a stiff attention, and he's looking at you, Jarrett, a little bit like, okay, I can deal with this. All right, this is worth it. And T'ira, you notice that Jacob is looking at you really hard, like his eyes are like hard on you. But Sarza's the one that speaks up first, and she says, "Well, we're really all really happy to be here. This is an amazing opportunity. Thank you, Commander Dell and Lieutenant T'ira, for taking us under your wing."
Of course, we are very excited to have you here. While we're here, I'm sure you've all read each other's files, but I always think that it's nice to, go through the process of introductions. It's never a bad idea to practice the social niceties that go along with being a member of the Federation. So let's introduce ourselves. As I've said, I'm Jarit Dell. This is T'ira. Why don't you go next? And he points to Sarza since she took the lead initially.
She says, "Oh, I'm Sarza," and she looks at the other two because she's actually already met them. So she's like, "Oh, okay." It's one of those team exercises. I guess.
Yeah,
this is the thing we're gonna do, like Walmart employees. Okay.
I won't make everyone sing a song every morning, I promise.
No one would sing
God.
that song in this group.
No. T'ira would.
No, she wouldn't.
T'ira would be like, "This is not a constructive exercise, and these children are not enjoying it."
Fantastic.
Sarza says, I want to be a doctor, and I'm going to be a doctor early. My whole family tells me, and I want to create new forms of medical devices to help people. And then she looks over at the other two, and Jacob speaks up first. He seemed like he was ready to speak up when you pointed out Sarza, JD, Jareth. If you were looking close, there was maybe this tiny bit of disappointment. Jacob says, "My name is Jacob Griffin, and I am a human, and my father is the ship's quartermaster, and I am a specialist in botany, and I am observing the way that warp fields and subspace phenomena affect the growth of plant species."
I think that you and T'ira are going to be a great team over the next few months.
He looks at her so hard. He just looks at her so hard.
Gonna have to investigate that later.
And then Tal speaks up, and he says, "My name is Tal Shivanis. I am a budding engineer interested in cybernetics. I have a great deal of interest in bioneurogelpack technology. So this is a very excellent opportunity for me, and I look forward to it very much.
Absolutely. There is no better ship for you to be on if that is your field of interest.
Oh, if only he
Absolutely.
knew.
All right. One more question, because I'm sure that this is something that you guys haven't talked about yet. What is everyone's favorite food?
Favorite color.
The color gets complicated because some of us can see colors that other species can't. And, it's hard to relate to that. So I do something like food, which everybody can relate to enjoying one way or another.
You don't see an infrared, so there's not a word for this color in your language. I'm not sure what to tell you.
That just creates division. We're trying to
It creates division. You literally don't see the world the same as I do.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
Let's see. Jacob
Also, yes, I'm
says-
sorry I'm making you come up with something.
Yeah, like fucking literally 2 of these are aliens. So that's so unhelpful. Actually, who will speak up first is Tall, and he'll say, I actually discovered through human friends of mine that ice cream is quite delectable.
Oh no!
And what's your favorite flavor that you've tried so far?
I enjoy peppermint. It reminds me of home.
Fascinating. Well, you're in luck because our replicators can absolutely whip you up a nice bowl of peppermint ice cream.
He looks at you, Jarrett, and he's like, should you be advising us to be eating excessive sweets? I'm sorry, Commander. I don't mean to speak out of turn.
Oh no, that's quite all right. I like to remind you that this whole journey that we're on together, we're going to be doing a lot of science and learning a lot of things, but it's important to remember to take some downtime and have some fun and enjoy the experience of being on board the Sagan as a whole. Don't get too trapped by your computer screens. There's a lot to experience.
Such as ice cream.
Precisely.
Jacob says, my favorite food is pineapple.
Pineapple. And how did you come by that realization?
Oh, my family from Earth has deep roots in Hawaii. I don't know if you've ever heard of that place before.
I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it. Why don't you tell me something?
Well, it's a tropical environment that has a really long history that's really sad, and a lot of things grow there really well, and that's why my family has this long history of relationship with plants and botany, and I am carrying on their lineage.
Baby, no!
That's wonderful. I love that. We'll have to. I've never tried pineapple, but that is going to change on this trip, thanks to you, Jacob.
Some people are allergic to it, so don't keep eating it if it makes your mouth hurt.
I will keep that in mind. What about you, Sarza?
Sarza, has been deep in thought. She's like, I mean, it's Denobulan food. I don't know if you guys would know what it is.
Oh, describe what it tastes like and what it looks like for us.
It's a kind of pasta and like noodles, and has like herbs in it, and it's like kind of spicy. Like I like spicy things.
Oh, fantastic! I'm sure that do we have a chef on the Sagan?
I don't think so. I think we've got replicators.
No, we should have
Yeah.
backup chef in case the replicators stop working, which always happens.
Yeah, they don't care about you that much. And I know it's like trying to keep fresh ingredients is not, I think, the greatest plan.
Yeah, but we've got a whole like hydroponics thing. We could be growing edible plants.
You know what you don't want to grow next to your edible plants? Things that you're performing experiments on.
No.
No, we're going to irradiate these tomatoes, but these
not
won't
these
be
ones.
irradiated. Don't forget which is which.
Well, you should be keeping track of your control groups anyway.
Exactly.
We just eat the control group.
The control group. Great.
All right, record the data and put it in a salad.
So, I'm not sure how exactly you saw this first day going, but I sort of suspected that it would be a, settle in, get your stuff unpacked, and then kind of like free time for the first day.
Exactly.
Like,
that's exactly what I
off.
was imagining.
Okay, so I'm not sure at this point if would Jarit be, saying, okay, go back to your quarters, children, or if there's some kind of tour planned. Are they going to meet the captain?
They might do that eventually, but as everybody's just settling in for the moment, that's going to be put off until things are a little calmer.
Gotcha. Maybe,
but right now they have the opportunity to just like hang out in this space. Jacob, for instance, is now allowed to like, set up his little workspace in the hydroponics bay, and
cool.
you know that they've got reading constantly to do and writing things down. They're little smarty kids that would just hang out, and then it's like, well, they're going to be either reading, they're going to be writing stuff down, or they're going to be playing video games on their pads.
Right. yeah. All right, so I guess we will express to them at this point that, this is sort of their unstructured free time where they are allowed to, check out the spaces in which they're going to be doing their work. As you said, set up, your space in the hydroponics and etc. And then Jarit would also say there are 2 other children on board the ship who you will be meeting. Probably not today, but perhaps tomorrow. One of them is my son, and one of them is another boy. His name is Chuck, and you will be doing some classwork with him occasionally. But you'll meet him in a couple of days, probably. At this point, feel free to check out the room, the computer stations, the workstations. You can ask T'ira or me any questions you might have. But your time is your own for the rest of the day.
Jacob raises his hand.
Jacob, what can I do for you?
Are your son and Chuck also gifted students?
They are not part of this program, but they are both gifted in their own ways. Definitely. They're
Nice save.
What?
Nice save.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dad.
Hey, Corn is very smart, okay? He's an A student.
He's an achiever.
He is.
Tries hard. This is true.
He does.
Jacob seems satisfied with that answer. And what you guys know at this point is that Jarit, you are scheduled to go check in with Chuck. He's been sleeping for a few hours. So what I'd like to do here is for you to excuse yourself from this scene, and then I'm going to go on a little longer with T'ira in here.
Perfect. Sounds good. All right. Duty calls for me. I've got an appointment I have to get to, but T'ira will be here for a while longer for you to direct any questions to. If you need me for anything, you can always reach me by com. It's wonderful to meet you all, and I can't wait to get started. And then he leaves.
They all go, "Thank you, Commander Dell."
He gives a
Thank you,
little
Commander
salute
Down.
as he leaves the room and a smile. All right.
There we go. So the kids immediately start unpacking their things. They have bags with them. They've got some equipment, and they've got their pads, and they've start settling in. And Jacob specifically heads over to the hydroponics bay with a look at T'ira, and he says, where am I supposed to set up, Lieutenant?"
You can set up anywhere you feel comfortable.
Okay. And he takes a look around, and he's got he actually finds his own samples, because just like you, he gave a list of things that he wants to be working on, and because that's below your pay grade. That just happened for you, and you got here, and all your starter plants were ready. All of your seeds and stuff are ready to work with. And so, T'ira, at this point, what you're doing while quote unquote chaperoning the kids is settling into your hydroponic science bay.
Yay!
Yes, and that also means we are going to roll for the first time.
Woo!
You're going to get the very first roll of the game.
Thank you. Thank you for not making me roll persuasion on those kids right off the bat.
Do they like you?
They have strong enough personalities that they're not going to be persuaded. They're going to have their own thoughts.
Okay, good.
at least for now, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's likely to become circumstances where you will need to try and manipulate them or whatever.
Sure.
Therapize them.
Right. Fantastic.
So, we are going to do the first roll, which is just T'ira setting up her science lab. And so this is going to be a science roll, and it's going to be a 0 difficulty. So that means any successes you get are gravy and go straight into the momentum pool.
Right.
Okay.
And if you do roll a 20, then it is a complication. So you can't fail, but you can roll a complication in this roll.
Okay. So I'm just rolling 1d20?
Actually, so you always start with 2. So
Okay.
any roll starts with 2. And what this is going to be is, I'm going to say this is science and control. So I'm going to open your sheet right now just so I can read off numbers, because this is kind of what this is all about for me right now.
Well, I get the hang of this.
Mm-hmm. I'm just using this as a walkthrough. Okay. So, to figure out what...
You sound robotic, by the way.
Is that breaking up?
Mm-hmm.
I hope this is getting better. It's probably our internet connection being a butt.
You sound
need
fine for me.
Oh, yeah?
Mm.
Is that any better, Carla?
A little bit.
Hopefully it'll sort itself out. So T'ira
Oh, you sound fine now. Good.
Okay, good. Yeah, our internet kind of bottoms out once in a while. T'ira has a 5 in science and an 11 in control. So that means her target number is 16, which is a really nice number, because that you want higher numbers, because as long as you roll a 16 or lower, then that's a success.
Okay.
And because this is a botany task, you can use your botany focus, which means that... Oh my god, I've already freaking forgotten what the frickin' focus does. It,
It means
raises
that if she
or-
rolls below her discipline
Yes.
number,
that's right.
a critical. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you roll a
you
5 or
roll,
below, it counts as 2.
okay. So now we're gonna go over to our chat, and we're gonna roll dice over there.
Yay!
Okay.
6.
So we don't have any momentum right now. So anything that you manage to scrape up will be there. Everybody does start with okay, you got 2 successes.
Cool.
Wait, where is that? I saw it come in, but now it's not there.
General.
Oh, it's in general.
Oh, not in the.
Yeah. Move
Gotcha.
to the
Should we make
general
like a
There we
rolling
go.
chat specifically? Like a chat just for dice rolling? So we don't
Would that
lose
work? Would that work, Jack?
Sure. Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
Just have to switch back and forth.
Yeah. Let's do this. Okay, there's a channel called Rolling.
Rolling.
But
And-
we can let her initial roll stand. since
Yeah,
she
that's
just did
fine.
it.
That's a good roll. I did want to point out that everybody does start with a point of determination,
Right.
which is what you need to activate a value, which is something that automatically gives you 2 successes. You get a point of determination at the beginning of each session, and you can have up to 3 at one time. So
Okay.
that's that. So we got Jack. Will you add 2 successes to the momentum pool,
Done.
or
Yeah.
two pieces of momentums?
2 momentums.
So now you guys know that you have momentum to work with.
Yay.
So
Woo!
one thing I'll point out is since she earned 2 momentum, she can either spend that now or put it in the pool.
That's true.
That is true. If there's something that you think you could spend momentum on, you can.
I'm going to put it in the pool.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so you get to work very efficiently, setting things up. You know your way around a hydroponics bay and are very excited and enthusiastic to get going. And as you do this, you see Jacob has a very similar focus, and he knows what he's doing and is also
Very enthusiastic, but at the same time, he's really got a frosty shoulder to you.
Okay.
So, do you just work in silence next to him, or do you want to say something to him?
Jacob, how are you today?
I'm excellent, Lieutenant. Thank you for asking. I'm very happy to be here. How are you today?
I'm doing all right. Also very excited to be here and help you all in any way that you need.
Lieutenant, if you don't mind me saying so, you seem really different than any Vulcans I've ever met.
She just smiles and says, "Well, I'm half human, and I prefer to explore my emotions rather than suppress them."
I thought that if Vulcans felt emotions, that they went crazy.
That's racist.
Seeing as I'm half Vulcan and half human, then that automatically negates.
I thought it did even for half Vulcans, too.
Where did you get your information, kid?
My family.
Ah. Well, do I seem crazy to you?
He's realizing for a second, kind of nervous. No, you don't look crazy at all, Lieutenant. You look very put together and accomplished.
Thank you for the compliment. Well, guess some things that you learn from family is incorrect.
Yeah, I guess that's true. We can't always believe everything that our family says. They still celebrated Christmas for me. Can you believe that? Do you know what Christmas is?
Yes, oh my gosh, it was one of my favorite holidays growing up, but now as an adult, it's sort of, it's quite illogical to celebrate such a capitalist holiday.
I felt extremely manipulated when I found out what they had been telling me all of my life was a lie.
Santa Claus wasn't real.
Yes.
Chip on his shoulder.
That's
That's
I was gonna say.
This poor
it's in
child.
consolation. I believed that Santa Claus was real for quite some time as well, and when I found out the truth, I was, I felt a bit betrayed.
Did your Vulcan parent celebrate Christmas with you?
No, unfortunately, my father passed.
Oh,
Just
I'm
my mother and
sorry.
It's fine. Just my mother and I.
He's now he's gone from like cold shoulder to being looking at you like I have so many questions right now. Like now I want to know everything, but also I don't want you to know that I'm interested. But it's at that time that actually over at the table you hear Tal the other two kids have been like quietly working on their tab, like they're not even like engaging with each other. It's just like okay, straight to work. But suddenly from the table Tal goes, what? Where is it? And Sarza says, what's wrong? What's going on? And he goes, my research is gone. And he stands up and he's got his pad and he's like, it's not here. I know it was here this morning. Oh, here it is. Here it is. And he looks super embarrassed.
Oh no, Tom.
Oh, poor thing.
Aww.
We've all been there, buddy. We've all been there.
And he sits down with his like shoulders hunched like over his pad, like, oh my god, that was so fucking stupid of me.
Oh my god.
Oh. Tira just smiles at him and says, it's okay, it happens to the best of us.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
So embarrassed.
Sarza gets up and she comes over to T'ira and she says, excuse me, Lieutenant, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, of course.
My family and I was just wondering when I might be able to meet Dr. Uhen. Because my family told me that she was going to be my mentor. That's what Starfleet told them and me, that she was going to be my mentor.
Mm-hmm.
But T'ira, you know for a fact that Uhen was never included on any of your communiques.
Uhen should probably not be around any children.
What is this small person in my med bay?
Sarza, I do not recall seeing Dr. Uhen's name on any of my communiques. I'm positive that she was to be your mentor.
I read her biography. They gave me that. I was really excited to meet her.
Mm.
Is there any way you could ask her if she knows about me?
I will see what I can do.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, I think I did everything in there that I wanted to do. Is there anything that you want to do, T'ira, before we shift scenes?
No, I'm good.
Hey. So now, I'm going to switch us over to the mid-bay.
Yeah.
And we are still on day 1, midday, working on physicals.
So exciting. Who have we done already?
Let's say canonly in our group, you've done Leland and you've done Ullu.
Okay.
Also done Rabbit.
And you've done Rabbit.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
We actually played that.
Yeah. Maybe do. Yeah, we're just kind of gonna gloss over. You guys are gonna meet each other again, but it doesn't take like 4 days to do a small ship's quick scans.
Exactly.
You've had Emma helping you out with doing these physicals, and she's doing pretty well. She's quiet, like, for the most part. She's just kind of there to respond to you when you ask her. And there hasn't been a time yet that you've seen her like interact with the patients, hardly at all. Like, she acknowledges them the way that somebody acknowledges somebody in the room, but she's never really ever talking to them or engaging with them while you're working with your patients, if that makes sense.
How have the people who come in responded to seeing her? Like, do people just kind of ignore? I mean, like, how common are EMHs? Like, are people curious about her, or would she be not that strange?
The concept of the EMH at this point is quite well known, so it's not something that's novel.
Okay.
It might be novel in the fact that you don't often actually see an EMH because you generally need to be in emergency. So
Right, that's true.
it's not, like on Voyager where it's just there all the time. So people coming in, they definitely, they tend to be a little startled by her greeting. Her very enthusiastic greeting, and but they know who she is, what she is, because they've been, they've received their briefings about what this is and what to expect.
Gotcha.
So then they're like, oh, you must be Emma, like almost all the time is the first thing that they say. So, but they don't seem put off by her. They don't seem generally, wary of her or anything. She seems to be pretty innocuous for the most part.
Gotcha.
And midday walks in your next appointment, and it is I can't remember my character's name. It's Naja Ali, the Bajoran and Cardassian woman who is your chief engineer and who has a prosthetic cybernetic arm. And Emma greets her at the door saying, "Welcome to sickbay. How can we help you?" And she goes, "I got an appointment, thanks." And she walks past Emma. And she clearly knows who you two are when she sees you. Like, she goes toward you, clearly having checked all of her personnel files. And she, how do I describe her demeanor here? She seems cautious. She seems a little stiff-backed. You haven't met her yet, but you can tell she's somebody that's maybe kind of defensive or is ready for situations where she might not be comfortable.
So she's, like everybody else in this room.
Yes. Right. but you can pretty easily surmise that this has something to do with the fact that she is a Cardassian Bajoran who is about to choose two Bajoran women.
Yeah, that's fair.
And so she walks up to you two and she says, I'm Lieutenant Naja Ali'i. It's nice to meet you.
Lieutenant, it's good to make your acquaintance.
Oh, and she does have a Bajoran earring, by the way.
Okay. Will you sit up on the table, please?
Of course. And she does so, and she rolls up her sleeve to show off her left hand, which is, like I said, it looks like an iPod or an iPhone. Instead of being, like a fleshy hand, it's like an automail, like an iPhone automail.
Nice.
And
Awesome.
You can see that she does have an elbow, and she's got like maybe 4 inches of forearm that then the other half of her forearm is the cybernetic attachment, and you can see how it kind of like clamps onto the limb and kind of like puckers, and you can see that then there's wires that are going underneath the skin that are connecting it into the nervous system.
Does this seem to be a like permanent affixed arm, like rather than something that she takes off at night kind of thing?
Yeah, exactly. You can tell this would have to be surgically removed.
Gotcha. Kotri's eyes definitely get real big, and I don't know if this is something that Naja is intuitive enough to pick up on, but Kotri is definitely going through a bit of a being torn between this is a Cardassian, but also a cool cybernetic arm. Oh. So she's got some like energy, like anxious energy going on.
Nadja looks at Dr. Uhen and she says, this one, I've only had it for about a year. It's actually an R&D one. I've been working at R&D for like 5 or 6 years at this point. And this is one that they've actually got me testing out. So I do hate to say it's actually a classified document. If you want to ever look at anything, you do have to request clearance to do any work on it. Sorry about that.
No, thank you for the heads up. Have you been servicing your own prosthetic arm, or I would feel more comfortable getting that information.
I can take care of it for the most part on my own. It's cybernetics is not like my field of study necessarily. And if it gets to the point where it's affecting my nervous system, something was wrong that way, then that's way beyond my ability to repair. But for general maintenance, it's not that much more complicated than anything else I work with.
Are you on any kind of immunosuppressants or anything for the prosthetic?
It's I haven't needed any so far.
Fascinating. Sorry, doctor.
I feel that if you are agreeable to the idea, I would like to request those documents, if only for Crewman Kotri to be able to help you out should any problems arise.
Sure, you'll just have to contact the project manager for this. I can give you the information. I don't remember who it is offhand.
It's fine. If you could send that information to me eventually, that would help me out a lot.
Sure, no problem. I can't honestly guarantee that they'll give it to you, but it's worth a try. I mean, I would like the doctor to know how my arm works, don't get me wrong.
Yes. She
she
types
looks.
into her datapad, request information about as the player also types this. Pathetic arm. Oh, my spelling is just having a fun day. Okay.
Hey.
Naja, she again looks at Dr. Uhen. She says, when I got my first arm, it was at your hospital.
Really?
I don't think you were my doctor, but
Oh.
there was a lot of patience.
No, I don't think I was. I was still studying at that point, honestly. She looks through the medical file record of what happened. Not wanting to pry, but she needs to know.
So what you can see from her medical record about her past is that she did come from Bajor. You know that she lost that arm when she was probably 10 years old. It's not on record how it happened.
Secret.
And otherwise, she's in perfectly good health. Like I said, she is curvier than most Starfleet personnel, but she's got a very, a healthy profile. And all your scans match up.
Good.
Cool.
Uhen is not worried about how you look as much as it is how you feel, and if your numbers are good. And because there's no information about how the loss of the limb happened, she's not going to ask.
Okay. I am not sure I have anything more for that scene, unless you guys want to ask any more questions of her.
I think Uhen will just say her standard. Crewman Kotri, are there any questions you would like to ask?
Oh, not at this time, Doctor.
Okay,
She
Lieutenant.
secretly has like a million questions, but she's not gonna play her hand that fast. She's gotta at least pretend to be chill.
And I think Uhen has been picking up on that, and so she will volunteer Crewman Kotri as a point of contact, especially because of her expertise with cybernetics and prostheses. Would that be okay to do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Dr. Uhen says, so Crewman Kotri here is our ship's expert on prostheses and other limb enhancements of this sort, so if you have any questions, feel free to contact her. I'm not obsessive about line of command. If you feel more comfortable speaking with her, then to me you don't have to come to me first. I'm completely fine with her being your first contact.
She looks between you two, and she's like twiddling her fingers of her fake hand, like they're kind of waving a little bit, if that makes sense. And she says, "Yeah, sure." Bajoran doctors sure do know a lot about limbs.
Awkward silence.
Very awkward silence.
Oh my god. Jesus.
You know what?
I've been muted this whole time, but believe me, there's been silent screaming happening.
You know what? The doctor's gonna rise to that bait. She's gonna take that little bit of a lure and just yes, it is something of a necessity.
She
Fight.
she lifts the fake hand in front of her and fans the fingers and looks at it. She says, I lost it. I think I was 10. Not really sure. But it was that age where those little hands are so much better at reaching into the machinery when things get stuck.
Oh,
Uhen shakes her head like, God. She's not saying anything, but she has that look on her face like, oh God. Yeah. No, she's very familiar with that.
a strange expression passes over Kotri's face. And if anybody is looking at her, it looks almost like guilt.
Dun, dun, dun! What is this? What is this? What's happening? Oh God,
This
this
is
is awful.
What happens when you get a bunch of Bajorans in a room?
What?
We're
God
better
damn it, you guys.
at get us in a bar.
And I think we'll smash cut away from that.
Yeah.
God damn it!
Kotri's weird, guilty-looking expression is the last thing we see.
Mwah.
We get
And
a
then
little
we-
surge of the music. Cut.
I know. I was about to say it's that exchange music happening.
Yeah.
And at this point, we cut to Chuck's room,
Oh God.
where he is a sleepy sleeper. And Jarrett finds his way through the corridors that he knows the way to get to now. He knows that it's set up to reveal the room to him with his codes and handprint. And when he walks in, he can go and release Chuck from his coma. And the plan is that you guys can do your first session in the comfort of Chuck's new room, even though it's a little bit cold in there.
All right. I don't really know how Trill react to cold. I don't think that's something that there is canon information about.
It's not like, I wouldn't say it's miserably cold. It's just like at a convention when they've got the AC too high.
Slightly over the yeah.
I love
I know that feeling well.
Right? How did my booth end up directly under this vent?
Underneath the fucking vent.
Yeah.
Fucking AX 2016.
We are going to be doing some rolling in this scene.
Okay.
We don't need to do that straight away. It is for a cold room. That's exactly what it is, Jack. Thank you for understanding me. Thank you for understanding my
I know it
thought
well.
process. But I will let you guys get started with this scene, and once you settle in to start talking, then we're going to do some rolling really quick, and I'll explain when we get there.
Okay, cool. Jared would definitely be kind of shaking off the extra energy from the nerves that he was having talking to those children. And, he's excited about it, but he was also a little bit relieved to step away from that room because he's just better one-on-one. Like, that's his comfort zone, is one-on-one as a counselor. So he leaves the room with a breath of relief and goes to find Chuck. And he makes sure that, the lighting is a little bit dim so that it's not too overstimulating. And, he wants to make sure that everything in the room is just kind of chill before. Chill. Sorry. Before he opens or turns it on, opens it. Is it like a closed box, like a little
It's like a
surveillance?
sunroom. It's like a sunroom, right? So
Yeah.
so this little tiny room that's behind a glass wall. So when you deactivate the chamber, it takes a second because there's this blue mist that floats all around inside of it.
Gotcha.
And when you deactivate it, a system like sucks the mist out, and then when it's like 99% sucked out, then the chamber opens. And when that mist goes away, then Chuck automatically wakes up.
All right. Cool. So I will be in there and sitting down next to the bed? Question mark. He laid
I
down
would say,
horizontally, right?
yeah, he laid down, but he's got like a whole, like living area out here.
Okay.
So what I would suggest is getting him out of bed and like going and hanging out on the couch.
Okay. All right. So in that case, Jarrett will reach down a hand of offering to, help him sit up when he sees his eyes start to flicker.
Mm.
Oh, and how long has this been? Say 3 hours. 3 hours? Okay.
Dr.
Chuck.
Veer? Huh?
Actually, it's Jarrett. Do you remember me?
This is different.
Remember Dr. Veer wanted to try you laying down in a bed.
Yeah, but this isn't the same place.
That's right. You're aboard the Sagan with me. Why don't you come out and sit down on the couch with me? Don't forget to bring Velvet.
Okay. Chuck nervously sets himself up. His energy is completely changed. He feels a lot more vulnerable.
Yeah.
And so he's going to make himself a lot smaller. But he's moving very much like a nervous rabbit.
Yeah.
And he's kind of, observing this area as if it's entirely new, even though it is familiar.
Yeah.
And he grabs Velvet and hugs him very tightly. And at this point, he's already kind of given up hope.
No.
He's got watery eyes, bottom lips trembling. He's just like, oh no, I'm alone. So he nervously goes over to the couch and tucks himself into the corner.
Do you mind if I get a little more comfortable? And he starts taking off the outer part of his jacket. It's like, I don't want us to be too formal when we talk together.
But all the other doctors would always wear their coats when they were around me.
Oh. Do you think I'd look good in a lab coat? What do you think?
It is an objective statement. But objectively, I think you look good with and also without. I think.
Well, maybe I'll try out wearing a coat, and you can give me your objective opinion then too.
Okay.
All right. For today, we'll just go with the shirt.
Is Dr. Veer gone?
Sorry, say that again.
Is Dr. Veer gone?
Dr. Veer is back in San Francisco's R&D, doing her work there, and you've had a nap now. If you want, when you and I are done talking, you could write your first letter to her.
How long have I been asleep?
Approximately 3 hours. The computer there right next to you will tell you the exact number if you're interested.
Okay. I'm nervous.
Can I tell you a secret?
I promise to keep it. I'm good at keeping secrets.
That's good, because I don't want anyone else to know, but I'm a little nervous too.
That's not a secret. That's a statement.
Well, it's a secret because nobody else knows but you and me.
Why would you be nervous?
Because this is my first time ever meeting an android before.
There's not very many of us around, I don't think. I think
Yeah.
I'm the only one. So statistically, it makes sense that you would not have met an android before.
That's true. I want very much for you and me to be friends, and I'm nervous that maybe you won't like me very much.
Why wouldn't I like you?
Oh, damn, you're roboting out. Ha ha ha.
No! I'm becoming the robot that I was
You're
meant to
becoming the
be!
robot. Damn.
Shit!
You know what? Actually, though, I think that might be a good time for me to hop in and talk about how I want to deal with Chuck's malfunctions.
All
Pew,
right.
pew, 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 pew! Making my air horn sound.
So, we are now into rolling again.
Oh boy.
Pew, 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 pew.
JD, this is your time to shine. It is Jarrett's time to shine.
Okay.
This will
Let me
be the
open
protocol
character sheet.
whenever you are therapizing somebody. What I would like to do when it comes to therapy sessions, and you know some of you going to be going to some therapy sessions.
Yes. Everybody on this crew.
I would like to, before the scene goes too far, let Jarrett roll for the efficacy of his treatment, and then ask the players to let the scene reflect that, if that makes sense.
That sounds great. Yeah.
And the person who is being therapized can either choose or choose not to assist in the task.
I will not assist in this task.
Yeah, that makes sense. Look, therapy only works if you want it to work.
Exactly. That's exactly it, JD. Thank you for understanding.
I know that there's some barriers that I have to break down before we can make some real progress, but we're going to give it a shot.
Oh, believe me, there will be barriers.
So you're going to be excited about this, because it is a task with a difficulty of 3.
Okay.
And a complication range of 3.
Oh boy.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
All right.
He's a delicate instrument, our boy.
So what am I going to be
boy.
rolling for? I assume
You
something
right.
medicine.
Yeah,
but I
we're
don't know
gonna
if
let's
that's gonna
do let's do medicine and insight for your
2 best scores.
therapy rolls will be that. So what does that make your target number?
That makes my target number 17.
17. Okay. And I'm sure you have a focus that applies here because it's your job.
I do. And in fact, one of my focuses is psychology, of course, and I also have child development, so I think that can either of those.
They don't stack, but there you go.
Okay, so I'm going to roll 2.
Yes.
I'm not going to try and get any more D20s at this point because I think it makes most sense to stick with that. I have a pretty good chance of it working, and if it doesn't, that's just good for the story.
Okay, so you what you do need is to get 3 out of your 2 rolls. You could spend a point of determination, or you could spend some of the momentum that you have, but that's up to you.
I think for this first one, while we're kind of learning, let's go straight, because if complication happens, that's just going to be more interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so Jarrett is going to roll. If Jarrett gets an 18, 19, or 20, it counts as a complication.
Okay.
I love this atmospheric space noise.
It's the starship sounds.
What a starship.
Oh, JD, are you rolling in the thingy?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Right. All right.
Hey!
You hit your mark.
That is 3 successes.
Oh, shit.
Okay, and no complications.
Wow.
Now,
Can I make
Chelsea, you you can't make complications, but you can't make it go completely disastrously. It should still
That's true.
reflect your character. It should still reflect his experience, but just keep in mind that he's doing a good job. He's at least doing a good job,
Yeah,
and
I think
hopefully
that's
is
fair.
making it through to Chuck a little bit, even though Chuck is still holding on to a whole lot. But he's not going to go through any mechanical breakdowns over this. Yeah, he might stutter, but he's not gonna have to get hypo sprayed and shut down.
Yeah.
Now that doesn't mean the
there's
next
no
time
cause
we
for
meet that this won't happen.
The complication range is going to be high for him for a long
Yes,
time.
exactly.
So now you can continue your scene to the point that you want to take it.
Okay, sweet. I forgot what we were talking about.
You were talking about Jarrett's secret.
Oh, that he was
Right,
there.
that I'm a little nervous about meeting an android for the first time. Did you know that I have lived for 7 lifetimes and I've never met an android before you?
That's a long time.
It is.
How many years is that?
That's a really good question.
We have a math bot.
I haven't actually decided this exactly, but it's going to be...
I can probably do an estimate really easy.
Yeah, I want to say it's somewhere between 350, 400. Just keep in mind that Jadzia Dex is an unusual case in that she only hosted that symbiont for a short time because the series was short. But
so yeah, somewhere between 400 and 500, depending on how long each of your hosts lived.
okay,
Goodness gracious.
so so we'll say 462 years.
You better write that down, or you're going to look like a bad writer.
I am gonna write it down.
Excuse me, I have a question about episode 2 when you say that Jarrett Dell has been alive for 462 years, but then in episode 45 you say he's been alive for 495 years. Which is correct, and what caused this to happen?
Oh my god.
Anyway, continue your scene.
Just make sure that you stick to your continuity.
That's like almost like half of 1,000 years.
It's true. And Del, the symbiont inside me, will live, barring any accidents, for thousands more years.
Wow.
And it will carry my memories, Jarrett's memories, and all the lives before and after that with it.
So we could be friends for that long, because then, like, as I get older and you get older, then our friendship could last maybe thousands and thousands of years.
It's entirely possible. Isn't that neat?
I guess it's pretty neat.
I'm looking forward to beginning this friendship that could last for thousands of years.
I'm happy, but I'm nervous. I'm a
I
little
understand that.
but you're kind of like Dr. Beer. Only a little bit, though.
That's true. We are a little bit alike. Did she tell you that we knew each other in our last lives?
No, she
It's true.
didn't say that.
Yeah.
You knew each other?
We did. Before I was Jared Dell, I was Olette Dell. And Olette was an engineer.
Like Fear.
Exactly. And so we knew each other then. And when Olette grew old and died, then Dell was transferred to me, to Jarit. And now I'm Olette and Jarit. And Dell. And 5 others.
Wow. So I've made 6 or 7 friends in knowing you.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah, in a way, that's true.
That's almost the size of my R&D team.
And you're going to make a lot more friends on this ship, too. I think we've got, you already know Naja, right?
Yeah.
She seems like a very capable engineer.
She seems like she's. See, I have a secret. Shh, come on, come on.
Okay, all right. Tell me your secret. I'll keep it to myself.
Okay, Naja.
Yeah.
She may seem like she's really focused.
Yeah.
And she doesn't have time for anything.
Mm-hmm.
But she's actually really nice.
Oh, I'm glad that you've already made friends with her.
Yeah, we've spent 6 months together.
Wow.
And I'm glad that she's here. I don't
Me
know if she
too.
knows that. I'm a little shy to talk to her sometimes.
I think that maybe she'd like to hear that from you the next time you see her.
You think so?
Yeah, people like to feel needed and appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you like to feel that way?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I want to be with others. And I feel alone right now.
I understand that.
I'm the only android. And even in all your time living, you haven't met another one like me. And I don't know if I'll ever meet another one like me.
Well, if a doctor of yours work goes forward, as we all hope it will, maybe you'll have a little brother or sister someday.
Then I would be the big brother.
You will.
I would like that. And then I can teach them, and I can show them, and we can watch movies, and we could go places together, and we wouldn't have to be afraid because we'd have each other.
I think that sounds like a wonderful story. And I hope that you get to live it.
Me too. Doctor? Can I call you Jarit or Dell? Or Jarit Dell? Or Doctor?
You can call me any of those things. Because those are all me. You know, I have never been given a nickname.
I have a nickname.
I've heard that, yeah.
Yeah, it's Chuckles.
And how did you get that nickname?
I kept laughing at the wrong time.
Well,
I'm getting better at figuring out what humor is. Humor is real.
Humor can definitely be a challenge for what do you call us? Bipeds, flesh sacks. I don't know. Sorry. Organic beans. That's what I was looking for. What's the nice way of saying flesh sacks? I don't fucking know. Sorry, that is all out of character.
Okay, I wasn't sure I should be reacting in character.
No, sorry. Jaret would definitely just have said that is a common struggle even for organic beans.
Okay, thank you.
My Star Trek E's just like flew out of my head.
Good job. I'm proud of
Yeah.
you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Chuck will he'll smile and grin, and he seems like he's coming a bit out of his shell now, and he's kind of uncurling a bit on the couch, and
Awesome.
he looks like he's relaxing a bit more. So
That's awesome.
he's going to he's going to reach out and hold Jared's hand,
Mm-hmm.
squeeze it gently.
Mm-hmm.
He's been taught how to squeeze gently.
Yeah.
So he's no longer accidentally breaking hands.
This is good.
He's going to squeeze gently, give him like an actual smile, a real smile,
Oh.
and say, "It's nice to meet you, Dr. Jarit, and I'm excited to be on this adventure with you. Please don't leave me alone."
The feeling is mutual. I am also excited, and we will make sure that you are not alone.
Okay.
And, in the interest of not role-playing this whole therapy session, we can, maybe talk about what other things we might touch on.
Yeah, my question for you now is, Jarrett, is where are you standing on when you want to introduce your son to him?
I'm thinking the next day.
Okay. Do you want to talk to Chuck about the fact, excuse me, that he might have the option to interact with your son and these other kids if you can feel comfortable, that he's in a place ready for socialization. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think he would definitely bring up that once everybody gets settled, sometime in this first week, there's some other children on board who I'm sure would love to the chance to meet you, and I'd love you to have the chance to meet them. I'm going to be running a little art class for all of the children.
I love art.
That's wonderful. My very first host was a sculptor, so I'm hoping we can do some work with clay the first session. Have you ever done any sculpting?
I've done painting. I've done sculpting. I've been allowed to play with a lot of mediums, but I'm not allowed to play with gouache.
With what?
With gouache.
That is very specific.
Why is that? Well, I feel like there's a story there. Do you want to tell me that story?
Gouache and I don't really get along.
Oh.
It's very cakey, and you have to be very specific with it. And I really, really want to be really specific with it, but I just get too carried away, and then I apply too much paint, and then it cracks all over the place, and then I react.
That's understandable. Yeah.
That's not very good for me.
It's a tricky medium. Well, I think we'll start with clay for the first class, and we can do some experimenting and exploring from there. How does that sound?
That sounds great.
Fantastic.
I discovered anger when I was working with gouache.
So real.
Sorry. Jarrett would not burst out laughing. That was all me. Well, hopefully I can inspire some other emotions with my projects.
I'm pretty sure you will. Anger is not something that I like to feel.
I'm with you on that one. Especially in art making.
Yeah. It's not very pleasant at all.
Yeah. but it is very much a part of being a person.
Dr.
And,
Veer did laugh a little.
She's always had a sense of humor.
I don't think she was expecting it.
Okay, I think that's a good place for us to say. And the therapy continued into the afternoon.
Yes,
It did. It will.
And it was a successful session. You know, he's still gonna have to come out of his shell and has a lot to deal with. But Jarit, you've done a good job at warming him up to some ideas and to you, so you feel like he's actually open to having a friendship with you and actively wants friendships with other people. So that's a really good sign for his future of socialization.
Definitely. Yeah, so I would definitely say at the end of that Jaret was feeling pretty positive about introducing him to the rest of the kids and his son within the first week.
Great. So
what happens at the end of that therapy session?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think at the end of that therapy session that he would get handed over to Naja for a while and get the chance to see engineering and talk to her for a little while.
Okay. Will that be another session that happens later, or will that be summarized?
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Do you want to write that or to play that scene? Because we could do that.
I'm open for anything, but it's more about what's going on with your schedule right now for the D&D game. So
for the D&D
it's up
game.
to you. Yeah, for this.
For this game.
If we have time for that, that'd be fun to do.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay. It's what, 8:00? What if we wrote that, Chelsea?
We can also do that. That is also an option.
I think we could do that. That'd be fun.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, since we're getting pretty close to the end of the other one.
So, cutting that scene. My gosh, I don't remember enough about Ponyo to.
Ponyo.
What do you? Would Chuck be able to watch Ponyo?
Yes.
Hey.
Oh, and
Pretty sure you can watch Ponyo.
Maybe also after the that therapy session, they could watch like Chuck's favorite movie, because Jaret will figure out that he is very attached to and like has a certain form of communication and bonding through movies. It seems.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure that Veer would have given Jaret the lowdown on all of that.
And he has his whole library of every movie that he's seen, and he has a list of ones from Lieutenant Watanabe. Maybe?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
It's Watanabe because you're a fucking nerd and you named him after that actor.
I didn't. I just wrote down the first
Are
name
you kidding
that came
me?
to
I
mind.
thought you were joking this whole time.
Oh, that's really funny. No, literally,
Oh my
I
God.
just used the first Japanese name that came into my mind.
Because all I can think of now is Ken Watanabe, like, giving
Oh my
Chuck
God.
movie references.
I literally don't know who that is.
Oh my God! He's the guy for The Last Samurai. Oh my God! He's beautiful!
I'm sorry I've let you down.
Oh
gonna
my
say, yeah,
God, I
he's
thought you
also-
were joking this whole time. I'm so...
I'm so happy
he's
this
from
happened.
Inception.
I have seen that.
Good.
I don't remember who he is, but I've seen that movie. I guess I
He's
do
the
know
guy
that
with the gun,
reference.
and he's like, I'm wounded, and now like the further down that we go, like the longer my wound's gonna last. But maybe we can keep myself alive in this perpetual state of pain and suffering.
You guys, he's in Detective Pikachu.
Oh my God.
I'm really
Yeah,
So
this is
shocked.
definitely what Lieutenant Watanabe.
Oh my God!
Interesting.
his job at R&D is curating the list of movies that he's allowed to watch.
Are you
sure love that it.
I cannot let him watch any of my own personal movies? No, please don't put Inception on
No,
it, please.
this guy must be Ken Watanabe's like great grandson, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't actually know how many generations that would be.
Either that, or we have a time travel situation on our hands.
Da, da, da.
He's from the past.
When do we lose our Ken Watanabe to the future?
That is the question.
I love this canon.
God.
He's not an android.
What if he's a clone?
Stop spoiling my game! Actually, he was kept in a cryogenic chamber for the last 300 years.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
My beautiful, beautiful man.
He was part of the eugenics wars.
Oh my
I'm
god!
so happy.
I cannot. Oh my god! I thought this whole time.
I'm a little bit in shock. How is Watanabe the first Japanese name you thought of?
And you don't
Doesn't
even
seem
know
like-
this guy.
And you don't even. Where did you get that name?
I don't know. I know.
All right.
I know names.
Okay.
Pretty common surname.
Yeah, that's a really common. It was probably from fucking my one semester of Japanese. It was probably the dude's name. It was probably from his point of view.
It's always Takashi and Watanabe.
Okay, so our next scene is going to start the next day. So you have, he's 60 years old. Are you fucking kidding me?
No. He's beautiful. I know. It's really upsetting.
Wait, he is an android.
Oh my god!
I'm so upset.
You all got your first night settled in to your new quarters and living situation. Got some sleep under your belt after a pretty grueling first day. There's always a ton to be done. Chuck needed a pretty long amount of sleep because he had a big day yesterday. So his
Yeah, there's
his
a lot of
little
things.
system had to do a fair amount of recovery. His neurons to relax for a few minutes.
He probably slept a full 10 hours.
Yeah.
Which is good.
And Lieutenant Commander Ullu has decided that Leland or Ensign Patel, she would like to do some combat testing with him in the holodeck to see how prepared he is for combat if he's to go on away missions.
Let's get some combat rolls.
Let's start with the point of view from Leland on his way to meet the commander at the holodeck.
He is stoked. He's a happy dog.
He's adorable.
And so the holodeck doors open, and Commander Ullu is there to meet you in the blank canvas that will soon be the testing grounds that she will set the parameters for. So you walk in and see each other again for the first time since your interview yesterday.
He goes up to the door and does as much of a salute as they do in Starfleet, which is basically just standing at attention. Miles really wide. Lieutenant Commander.
Ensign Patel. How are you today?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
How are you today?
I'm doing just fine. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Are you ready to do a little bit of hand-to-hand combat?
I am. He walks
She smiles.
He walks into the room, still smiling wide.
Not smiling wide, just smiling. Oh, you're smiling wide. I swear I know how to listen.
Joker.
So if we have two smiling officers, you guys, you both have vaguely similar atmospheres to you, I think. Ulu has a really charming atmosphere to her, I find, myself.
Yay!
Right.
What sort of environment would you summon up for this to happen in, Commander?
Just your standard outdoors environment. A little bit of dirt here and there.
Kind of rocky, like an off-world situation?
Yeah.
Right. And what sort of combat did you want to engage in?
Hand-to-hand combat with other... Working with Leland, hand-to-hand combat with against other...
Oh, okay, so like against some foes working together.
Yes.
Okay, so you guys are going to work as a team. What sort of opponents did you want to fight? Do you want to go after some Cardassians or some Klingons or some humans? What do you think?
Let's keep it simple and have some humans.
There you go. That's not nice and not racist.
Let's start with some low level.
Or is it?
It was like, you ready to kill some Cardassians, son?
Awkward.
I didn't know it was that kind of team.
Is it a Bajoran thing or
It is, actually. So Leland, you find yourself in a rocky environment with a cloudy sky and some like big rocks that you can hide behind, and you're basically going to play laser tag. Let's be real. You've got terrain to work with phaser hand-to-hand combat, and if somebody gets one of these hollow dudes gets the better of you, you've got hand-to-hand like fighting combat. So a classic Star Trek fight scenario.
Yes. Yeah. Be sure to rip your shirt at some point during that.
Wow.
We're gonna have to turn off the safeties to rip clothes, though.
I'm just going to rip my space pajamas.
Yeah.
Space jammies.
You could just rip them yourself. You could just walk out there, rip off your shirt, and be like, "Bring it on!"
Lulu's just like, what did I get myself into?
Leland walks out, rips both the sleeves off his uniform.
Fuck sleeves.
Okay. Now we are going to roll the way that I would like to do this one, since you are not going to do a pose, but working together, and since this is Leland's interview, I want for Leland to do the main role, and I'm gonna make it difficulty of 2, but a regular complication range, and then Ulu is going to assist, and based on what your guys' roles are, then I'll talk about how it went. And so you guys both will roll security and fitness. And I would not recommend using anything extra here because you don't really have anything. You don't have much to lose necessarily, although I guess it depends on how much to impress her. If you want to spend your point of determination right now and just knock it out of the park, then you can. But you do have
Do you have hand to hand or something like that in your talents?
Focus, right?
Or focus, sorry, thank you.
No. I don't.
You made yourself too nice, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
You did.
Uh-oh.
Look at your sheet.
Do you want me to read off what I
He's
do
just
have?
a soft boy. Leave him alone.
He's so soft. It's okay. I got it open right here. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
That
so
was very
judgy.
telling. Very telling.
A low murmur goes around the group.
You're looking like literally, even if you wanted to, well, I guess you could apply your first value there if you really wanted to stretch it and spend your determination.
Don't forget, there's 2 momentum in the bank.
Yeah, you can. You can
You
use
could get an
this
extra die with one of
momentum
those.
if you want to spend one of those to get an extra die, because you're gonna
I'm-
have to do 2 successes.
I'm fine with Leland spending determination or momentum.
You
Okay.
want to do that? All right.
Yeah.
This is hilarious.
Let's give him an extra dice. So that means
Okay.
you're going to be able to roll 3, and Ulu's going to be able to roll 1. And
Okay.
your target range. What's your target range going to be? Your for Leland, the security and fitness.
Fitness 10, security 5, so 15.
15 is yours, and then Carla, what is your security and fitness?
Security's 5, fitness is 11.
16?
Mhm.
Okay, so those are the target ranges that you guys need to hit. 3 for Leland and 1 for Ulu.
Should I go ahead and roll?
Yeah, go ahead and roll.
Okay.
Oh.
Yikes.
No.
And you have no focus.
But you got 2, right? Looks like you got 2.
One. Oh, okay, you got 2 because Ulu got. You only got 2. You only succeeded because it was there.
As what?
You only succeeded because she was backing you up.
Oh, yikes.
so here's
It's fine,
how
Cream
it
Puff, I
went.
got you.
Here's how it went.
Oh, no.
Oh my god!
Well, you guys start. You have this group of nondescript humans of a myriad of colors and races. Like it's a rainbow coalition of ruffians
Of enemies.
of enemies. But they have this like angry Neanderthal kind of like thing going on, but they also have guns at the same time. So they're slightly dehumanized at the same time somehow.
Redneck bears is what you're describing.
With
Rainbow
lasers.
coalition.
A rainbow coalition of redneck bears with lasers. Okay,
What do you
good.
have against
I'm-
hairy gay men?
Glad that we understand the scene now. And as they approach your where you're starting from, and you are hiding behind your cover, coming out to fire off shots, Ulu's like spot on, and Leland is excited, and maybe so excited that it's a little too much for him. Like when a dog starts spinning in circles.
Oh no.
Like, what are you doing? You're just so excited. What are you doing? You crazy thing. And he's not unfamiliar with necessarily with combat, and he's had an athletic life, but this is just not the environment that his career has taken place in. And to be fair, it's also not the kind of environment that you're likely to end up in based on your mission. So
It's true.
it's not like you're applying for a job in a war zone and failing. It's okay, maybe we need to work on this in the case of any severe combat that happens on away missions. And Leland finds definitely that Ulu has his back a few times. She shoots a guy off of him when he gets sneaked up on and knocked to the ground. But by the end of it, you make it through. You take down all the enemies. But Ulu definitely gets the impression that he could maybe use some practice. So I'll let you take it from there at the end of your training exercise that succeeded but barely.
You think you need a little bit more practice there, kiddo.
Yes, Commander. He is deflated. He is
Oh no!
oh yeah.
You did a good job. I'll give you that, but you need a bit more work.
Yes, I do. I apologize. What can I do? What can I do to be better?
Okay. You have to give me 50. You have to give me 500 push-ups. Just kidding. You can spar against me.
I think that'd be a good place to start. Can I ask? Is this going to be?
Yes.
Is this going to be like the environments we will be in? Is this indicative of where we might find ourselves often?
I'm sorry, you broke up.
Is this kind of an environment, this outside, far from any civilization? Is this going to be a lot of where we might find ourselves in the future?
Quite possibly. Could be rocky terrain. Could be just even a town or a city.
What you do know, T'ira, about what your mission is like is you don't expect the routine that you guys are on to lead you in that direction, but you also can never expect not to in Starfleet, because you don't know, even though you're going from point A to point B, you could get a distress call from a planet that you're the closest to, and something's going on over there that somebody needs help offered. And even though it's not on your mission, you have a duty to help people.
Okay.
So you can say that's what you say, or you can put it into your own words if you like.
That's exactly what I just said. I totally just said that.
There you go.
I understand, Lieutenant Commander. Side note, this is player speaking now. Side note, I kind of realized a little bit too late, but maybe could composure work in keeping my head in high stress situations, and maybe in the future.
Is that one of your focuses?
That is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would allow that. Why didn't?
Okay. Well, sorry, I saw that like after I rolled. I'm like, oh yeah, composure. I'm not.
Let's see, where was it? Oh, composure. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have thought of that. Go ahead and do another 20 in there for me.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, that would get you one more, because you wouldn't roll one more. It would activate your focus. Okay. Well, we know for the future. Let's soften his defeat a little. But
I'm happy to
based on
have him kind of biff it. Maybe he got too excited, like he said, and forgot to be composed. So I'm happy with. I'm fine with leaving him kind of.
Let's remember that though, for when he's in combat, depending on circumstances, I will consider composure for him. And in this case, I would have given it.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's cool. Now we know. And yeah, he just got caught up in his head this time. He was so excited, and there's a fair bit of pressure, and it happens.
Gotta impress. Oh no!
Even to the most expert of people, that can happen.
So yeah, T'ira explains. You know, you can never be too ready, and you can never let your guard down.
Dusty, you keep calling her T'ira.
T'ira, right?
Oh,
Ulu.
Leoty.
Ulu, sorry. Yikes, Ulu. Whew.
it's fine.
So many characters.
Players.
Dear God.
So many.
How could you?
Fine.
So do you want to take a break from it, or you guys want to go? Are you gonna say, "Hey, let's go straight into combat," or do you want to set up like a weekly or a couple times a week that you guys can spar?
That sounds good.
Yeah. Meeting periodically throughout the week would be good, and he would be fine to do a little bit of light sparring right away if Ulu is.
Okay.
Sure.
I think you guys should give it a try. I'm curious how a little sparring would go roll-wise.
Now, what I'm curious and I'm not sure about. Let me get your input on this, Jack. In this scenario, what is hand to hand other than phasers and fists? Like, and we're not Klingons, so not batleths. Like, sword fighting, wrestling.
And it would be anything melee probably, and so probably not phasers unless you got like a phaser rifle and you're trying to butt someone in the head with the butt of the rifle or something like that. But then it would also apply to like anything in the environment. So like trying to hit somebody with with the whatever you have at hand.
A rock or something.
So, a rock or a chair or all sorts of things. So it could come up. It could come up in space. That's
So
something in space.
MMA fighting.
Yeah, that would apply. Anything. I would think it would include unarmed combat and melee combat.
Okay.
That's what I would think it would mean.
Okay. So based on that, Carla, what would Ulu like to do? She want to wrestle?
Wow.
Wrestling's her favorite thing to do.
Hey.
Do you want to change the environment, or you want to stay in this rocky Star Trek environment here?
I'll change the environment.
Where do you want to go? Do you want to be in a boxing ring?
Sure.
There you go. So now you can prepare to go hand to hand, which is going to be an opposed task. And this is again going to be security and fitness.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and let you use composure here because we're still in the job interview kind of situation. And you have a focus in hand to hand, I think, for Ulu. So yeah, do you want to spend any momentum to get any extra dice, or do you want to just 2 dice and see how it goes?
I'll give it 2. Still.
Okay.
Just 2.
All right. So roll your 2d20.
Oh, did I do it wrong?
I think we did it at the exact same time. There we go.
Oh, that's funny.
It just had. Hey, nice rolling, both of you.
Oh, yeah, that was a good set there. So, what you can tell right away. See, I'm just thinking about this for a second.
So that's what, 4 successes on Ulu and 3 on.
Yeah, okay.
Ulu?
That is my brain was trying to sort that out. That's right. So what you take away as soon as you start doing the hand-to-hand fighting against Ensign Patel is that this is where he's a lot more in his element, not necessarily out there on the warfield, but when it comes to being up against another person, he's more put together, he's ready for it. Maybe he's steeled himself since having a little bit of an embarrassing go, and he's ready to impress you. And you still best him, but he does a very good job, and you he and Patel, you can feel that, like you can end that feeling. Okay, I did all right, even though this senior officer ultimately took you down. That it was a good fight in the end, and you can feel satisfied with how it went. So there you are.
Hey. Yes,
Excellent job, Ensign.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander. He's definitely feeling a little bit better, and he's smiling a little easier now. I look forward to learning from you in the future. I think that would be a great opportunity for me.
Good. I look forward to helping improve.
At this point, do you feel comfortable with actually offering him the position for the away team job, or do you want to hold back for a little while?
I think I'll give it another day.
All right. So that's where we'll leave that.
Right.
And now we are going to swap over to a little bit later in this day 2, but also still in the deck. Or actually, you know what? Let's start this in the med bay, and then we're going to deck. So part of what Dr. Uhen and crewman Kotri know is part of their task on this mission is getting ready to do some holodeck field testing with Emma, because there's an interest in being able to use the what is it called? The holographic projector that is the mobile emitter, the holographic mobile emitter. There's an interest in, when those are more available and take, in being able to use Emma in a field medicine situation to whatever effect that would be. It's not really clear how well she would do at this point. It's kind of in the first stages of, okay, we've made this program. We don't really know what to expect if we put it in an emergency, urgent situation dealing with panicked patients, and how panicked patients are going to deal with her. Like, what is her demeanor going to be if she's in an emergency situation? What's appropriate for her level of cheer to be in a situation? That sort of thing. So it's clear that part of why you guys got the job is you have a lot of experience in horrifying emergency situations.
That is true.
And so one of the things that you guys need to prepare for is that, which includes Uhen deciding what sort of environment you'd like to create for that to happen, and for you guys to do some drills together so that you can run these procedural drills and know each other as a team before you start, so that there's kind of like a synergy before you start doing the testing. I guess that's kind of a control thing, right? You want to know that you guys are going to work together okay before you bring her in as a variable. Although I guess that would have its own benefits too, if you have a doctor and a nurse who don't have great chemistry and you have her in that situation.
That's true. I don't think there's any reason not to have Emma in at the beginning. Like, even if she's just like standing there smiling as we do.
Well, I think that actually her orders, Uhen's orders, would to familiarize. Starfleet wants you to work together. They would like the idea.
Okay.
They want you to be a well-constructed Starfleet crew, and how the Emma would be able to affect you as those people. So what that means for Uhen is thinking about all the horrible situations she's been in and which one she'd like to relive.
Oh boy. Yikes.
So we're going to start in the med bay with your the two of you getting together to talk about what you're going to do this afternoon, the parameters of what Uhen has decided for their holodeck program, and then you can go over and get started on that.
Now, for something like that, maybe Jack, you might know this. I don't know if this is ever made clear, but for something like this, would you be using real equipment in a holodeck or a holographic environment, or would you be using holographic equipment in a holographic environment?
That's fucked up.
I mean, basically, I'm like, would they be packing up some supplies to take to the holodeck, or are they
That's
gonna
hella
just, like,
legit. I feel like. What do you think, Jack? What do you think?
I feel like they'd take real equipment.
Yeah, and then have the computer give them readouts.
Simulate the readings. Yeah.
Simulate the readings.
Right.
If the point is to get hands on with how some of this stuff is going to work together, I would think they would want to have real stuff as much as they can.
That makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so there you go. You could be getting together your field kit.
Okay, that is what Kotri is doing. Packing up some stuff.
And before we go into this scene in earnest, my thought is that maybe for a test, they could start off like there is fighting going on in the distance, and they're having patients being brought to them.
Mm-hmm.
But then it just gets worse and worse and more hectic, and it just escalates to the point where all hell breaks loose.
A triage situation.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Kind of like a just an unending wave, sort of, for lack of a better comparison, a game where eventually you just get overwhelmed by quote unquote enemies coming at you. I don't know if that would be too intense.
Well, what I would say is actually have and say that to Kotri. Say that that's what she had in mind, and is that too intense for you?
Okay.
I think that's probably where she would want to start. Really, is they know each other's history to an extent, just from their personnel files. They know that they come from similar backgrounds. There's definitely a question of, hey, I know we both have horrible histories. How okay are you with it?
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So, Uhen will approach her, data pad in hand, and she'll say, all right, Crewman Kotri, I wanted to ask you before we go through the simulation if you would be all right with this sort of a test. And she explains that it starts off relatively easy and it just gets harder and harder, and there is really no win scenario. It's just how long can you last, and how do you perform under pressure, that sort of a thing. If you feel like that would be too much, too fast, certainly I
think that is a good scenario in which to test my skills and how we can work together. So I am ready to do that. Are you saying something?
Sorry about that.
Sorry, I was thinking. Is there a standard phrase that stops or pauses a holodeck simulation?
Oh, you can always just say.
Okay.
So it's not like an escape room. You can,
yeah.
turn
Right,
it off anytime. I mean, in an escape room, they should let you out. But
Actually, you
Yeah,
can also do that in an escape room. Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that they both are aware that there's a stop button.
There's a safe word in this.
Yeah. Okay. I wasn't gonna I don't want to make it weird, but yeah, basically that's what I was thinking.
right.
I think the standard thing they say is freeze program
Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
I believe so.
Yeah.
if you're looking for that. I think
Yes.
that's what it is.
That's
So
exactly.
yeah, Uhen makes Kotri understand that if there's at any point, it gets too much, she can stop.
Yes.
All right.
Right.
Agreed.
Ready to dive into this?
Let's go.
Kotri hefts the med kit over her shoulder and follows.
Okay, so you guys head over to the holodeck, and it's set aside for specifically. And when you enter, Dr. Uhen, you say, computer load Emma field test, and an environment appears around you. Where would you like this setting to be? Like a hospital or a cave? Or, a village with huts? Or...
I was imagining something more like a refugee squatter camp.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So some like tents, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And yeah, you're in. You find yourself in a pretty hauntingly familiar environment, if only for the sense of distress that you can. Maybe you're just projecting that you feel it because you're expecting it, but it's a familiar feeling, and it's been 8 years almost. You've been ready to do this again, and the adrenaline is there, even though you know that it's fake, and you know that there's no real consequences at stake. Even if these patients die in front of you, they're not real.
Right.
But your heart still starts picking up because your body knows, your body is ready.
Mm-hmm.
And then we roll.
Right.
This is going to be an assisted task.
Mm-hmm.
So Blue's going to. My God, no. Uhen is going to take the lead.
Yes, that makes sense.
And this is going to be science, or not science, medicine, and control. Both of you.
Okay.
All right.
What
You should both have focus that will.
Yes, absolutely.
So many focuses applicable to this.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, wait. We haven't been looking at talent.
That's true.
I fucking am the worst.
As why were you
learning? Yeah, we're all learning.
Oh my God, I had you guys get together your every word. So, you guys are welcome to take a look at your talents list. I suspect that both of you will have something that's applicable. It doesn't cost anything to use talent, right? It just is what it is.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
of them are like
Yeah.
you could only use them at a certain amount.
Okay,
or
they're all
certain
very
times.
specific.
Yeah. Shit. Drive. I have to pull that picture up, the file up. Because I definitely have stuff that can apply to this. Talents. There we go. Okay, so I have field medicine, which is when attempting a medicine task, you may ignore any increase in difficulty for working without the proper tools or equipment. But I think we are working with the
Yeah,
problem
you're
peoples
not.
this
You're
time.
you're working as a functional team, right?
Yeah. Okay. Otherwise, just have, let's see.
Do you not have
So
one?
you said control and medicine?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So 15 is going to be my target to hit. And I have emergency medicine as a focus.
Oh, I guess you only. It doesn't matter for you anyway, because you can't use a talent when.
When I'm
Get to
assisting,
die.
yeah, I don't
You're
think
assisting,
so.
right?
Yeah. So, do you have access to your talents, Mail?
Yeah, I'm going to say I'll use my talent Veteran. I draw upon my inner reserves of willpower and determination. Whenever I spend a point of determination, I roll one Starfleet icon. If an effect is
That
rolled...
only works in combat.
Okay, so no.
No, actually, the thing with veteran is you use that after you've spent your determination, and then you can get it back again with that talent.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's the thing that
Oh.
veteran does is once you spend your determination, then you can roll a d6, and if you hit a 6, then you get your determination back. So you can use it more than once.
Okay. Thank you, JD. So yeah, you can do that if you have a point of determination and you have a value on it. But it does mean that there's a chance that you don't get that point of determination back.
Right. I'm going to go ahead and use that. So what does using determination?
Okay, we'll do your roll after the whole thing happens to see if you get your point back. And then I don't have your values in front of me.
Want me to read them?
Sure.
Values driven to ease suffering, body and mind alike must be healthy. There's no such thing as the unknown, only the temporarily hidden. Holds everyone to the highest standards. So
the first one will apply here.
Yeah.
So that means what you can use your determination for is you can start with one roll that has basically already rolled a 1, so you can start with 2 successes if you want to use your determination that way.
Wow.
So that's probably what we're going to want to do here. And
Yeah.
so then, aside from that, then you're going to roll 2 d20s for Uhen and 1 for Kotri.
Okay. And what is the difficulty?
Oh, that's a really good question, isn't it? You know what? I'm going to an extent leave this up to Uhen. It sounds like you set some a pretty high bar. Let's make it a difficulty 3.
Okay.
I know that's pretty high for our beginning, but we have good doctors.
I gotta ask this though. My gut instinct is almost to make it not necessarily do they succeed or fail, but how much do they succeed? Because I feel like inevitably they will fail.
I guess that's true.
That's how the test is set up.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, we could do a couple of different rolls, like, say this first one is for the start, and then, we could do a second one for when it gets...
Technically, I should make this a timed task, because that is what it would be, but I don't do
We're going to go with the
session.
basics first.
Yeah. But you know what? Let's, for the sake of experiment, let's just say that it's a difficulty 0 task, because you just go until you can't anymore, and we'll see how well you do.
Okay. In that case, are we going to be doing multiple rolls?
So you'll roll 2 20s. Well, oh, sorry, no, we're just going to do 1 for the entire thing.
D20?
Oh, I just lost you. You there?
Here.
Say that again.
So, did you say 1 D20?
2 d20s for you.
Okay, yeah.
And 1 for me.
Right.
So, what I'm asking is, should I save my determination for when it gets harder?
No, I'm just going to do a single to
Okay.
reflect the session.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect.
So you've got your determination spent. So you have your automatic 1, and then we'll roll your other 2.
Sorry, lots of questions. I have a focus in emergency medicine. Would that be something that would apply to this as well?
Yeah.
The talent? Is it a talent or the focus? Yes, the focus does apply here. So if you manage to roll under your medicine, so that's probably a 5, then that's going to count as 2 successes.
Okay. Is it a 5 and under?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm just taking all these notes on the roll. All right, so I will roll now. Yes.
Yeah. And I'll go after.
All right.
Okay, so you got 2 successes on JD. Got a single success.
Yes. That
Okay.
because my target was 15, so I did roll under my target.
Okay.
Yay.
So what you guys find, as you settle into what promises to be an unpleasant day, one of the more unpleasant things that you have subjected yourself to since the end of the occupation. You've been steeling yourself for it, both of you, knowing that this is something in your future, but it's going to be difficult no matter what. And you've actually both been ordered to check in with the ship's counselor afterwards. But we'll talk about that later. You've got yourself set up in this camp with a couple of holographic nurses also, and you both settle into it pretty quick. You are very much in your element, even insides might hurt a little bit just from being here, but it comes back to you. It really just you fall back into it, and you find that you've got a decent rapport when you're working together in an emergency. You can hear bombing happening in the distance, and after that sound, then you'll hear another group of people approaching the camp. Numbers increasing. Hours pass. You have holographic blood on your hands because you have to feel the full experience. You have to be there to know how you're going to work together. And you get through hours and hours, and finally the patients rolling in, they're starting to die because you can't keep up with how many there are. There's not enough hands, and it's an unbearably familiar scenario. You can feel how you're losing against the tide, but that's the inevitability that Uhen set up. So at a point, one of you has to decide when it's time to stop.
I think that I'll be honest, probably Kotri is the one who calls for the freeze program first. And she would be frustrated and a little embarrassed to do it, but she would.
And at that, Uhen would dismiss the program entirely. There's no need to stay in that environment any longer than they need to.
Yeah.
The black of the holodeck envelops you, and all the sounds are gone. It's hollow and silent. It feels overwhelmingly silent. No more screams of patients, no more distant bombings. flapping of tents in the wind.
Does Uhen have access to how long they lasted? Or can she ask the computer to report on their score, essentially?
Yes. Yeah, so you can ask computer how long was the simulation running, and the computer says simulation ended at, let's say, 5 hours 45 minutes.
Well done, crewman Kotri. That was an exceptionally long and grueling time to bear this test. I'm satisfied with your performance.
Thank you, Doctor. I presume that both of us have been in a similar situation for much longer than that.
She pauses, considering how much she wants to answer that question. She doesn't want to answer that question. She knows that her silence is as much of an answer anyway, so she says, yes. Unfortunately, I'm no stranger to that environment, and I see that you aren't either.
And probably what you would have noticed is, even though Kotri is clearly a little intimidated by Uhen, like, once she got into that environment, she was very good at taking orders, and her strength was not in directing other people, but she is very good at taking orders and seeing what needs to be done and taking the initiative.
To know. Going to make a note. Would it be within Uhen's power to make the decision, if she hasn't already made the decision, that they are done for the day?
Oh yeah, that is totally within her authority to say, hey, let's just go take a bath. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure she would have planned on it ahead of time, but yeah, we just to be clear, crewman, we are finished with our work for today. I want you to take care of yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The holographic blood is gone and the dirt is gone, but you're still like sweaty. You feel grimy and you feel tired from the adrenaline that has just been running through. But at the same time, man, you gotta appreciate the fact that you could go into your quarters and take a bath right now. Wait, no, Kotri can't. You could go take a sonic shower.
Yeah. Coach was like, I hope nobody else is in the room right now. Hopefully everyone else is on duty.
Leland is right outside the door.
No!
Question, would the med bay have showers, and would Kotri have access to those?
Jack, what do you know or think about the bathing situation for the crewmen?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is there a shared bathroom situation?
There's no bathing in space. What are you talking about?
There's no bathing in space.
Everybody gets like steam cleaned.
It's right. It's Sonic. It's just somehow magically Sonic something.
Yeah.
So
vibrate that dirt off you.
I don't know off the top of my head how it works. Obviously, this is an area that has not been covered in great detail,
right?
Canonically, but I would say, as you sort of said, everyone has access to a sonic shower type facility in their quarters.
Yeah.
The officers, I'd have to look at the plans to see what I think about that. I don't think there's any such facilities in sick bay though.
Yeah, okay. I don't think in sick bay. The staterooms definitely have. Though, like, that's in the plans, is that there's like they had in fucking Next Generation, those jacuzzi tubs that you would see Troy in every couple times a season.
Well, but the other thing to keep in mind is the Nova class is a very cramped design.
I guess that's true.
Most ships do not have crewmen stacked 3 to a bunk.
Right.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
definitely something with a footprint in that bathroom, though.
Okay, that could be. I haven't looked at it.
It's a gigantic toilet.
Fun ideas.
I'll take it. Let me see.
Looks like it
I'm
could be
gonna-
a shower or soaker tub.
I'm gonna guess that the crewmen probably share a single bathroom for the 6 of them.
Yeah, that
I
seems
think that's right.
That
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, they're
So-
all on shift at different times.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of people to one bathroom.
Yeah. Kotri is definitely going to hurry back to the quarters and hope that she can get a few minutes to herself.
So looking at the blueprints, it looks to me like officer staterooms have baths in them, and that crew staterooms don't.
Gotcha.
That's what it looks
Alright.
like to me.
There we go.
I do have a question about the scene that we just did.
Mm-hmm.
So in that skill roll, my read of the dice rolls is that they generated 5 successes, and it was difficulty 0.
That's
Does that
true.
mean I should add 5 momentum to the pool?
Oh, right, momentum. Holy shit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's the rules.
All right.
And then you can take one of them off when we leave the scene.
That's right. That's
Why?
Yeah, I think that's a rule.
Yeah, you lose a momentum when you change it.
You lose 1 momentum when you go from one scene to the next.
Oh shit, I did
Forgot all
not
about that.
I missed that. point.
Shit.
Stuff in the momentums is
Yeah, they definitely
Dicks.
encourage you to use momentum.
hey, this is good for you guys because it means you have more momentum than you should be full
You guys
now.
have 5. So the
Yeah.
pool's at 5 now as you go into the next scene.
And the pool can only get up to 6, just so you
6.
know.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's worth spending momentum now and then because it does have an expiration and it
It's
has
easy
a
to
flow.
generate relatively. Yeah.
Okay, so finish up your conversation about showers.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Just take care of yourself, relax, take it easy.
Thank you, Doctor. I will see you back here tomorrow morning then.
Excellent. Thank you for your good work today.
Thank you. And she will duck out.
Okay, there we go. So that's the end of that scene. So you lose the momentum. Now I know. So it's 9 o'clock. I'm gonna do something really quick here. We're gonna switch over to Leland in a hallway. You're moving between places to places, just doing your job. You're in a hallway alone for the moment, and you see on the ground in front of you, down a little ways down the hallway, there is a teddy bear, a purple teddy bear, on the ground, propped up against bulkhead.
That's weird.
What do you do?
I go and investigate.
How do you investigate?
I walk up to it and I pick it up.
Pick it up and you look at it for a second, and it disappears in your hands.
What?
And that is where we can potentially end our game.
No! Smash his cups. More.
was the did it have weight and physicality?
Sire.
Yeah, you can ask questions about it. You can ask questions. Yeah, it just was a teddy bear. Like, it felt totally normal. It didn't feel alive. It didn't like look at you, or really wasn't even like creepy, aside from the fact that it was there in the hall and the fact that it disappeared. But it was completely innocuous. But you suddenly are just looking at your hands in the position that they were holding the bear.
So definitely a bear, purple bear.
Purple bear.
And did it feel physical?
Yes,
When I picked
it
it up?
definitely felt like there was something in your hand. It had kind of like a tiny bit of fur to it, like a minky texture.
Huh. What was its exact location or general location?
Oh gosh. Okay. Can tell you. No, I can't. I can't tell you. Random. It was random.
Okay.
That's where it was. It was in a random hallway. I should be more prepared for that to be able to answer questions better, but I just decided the way that the thing worked.
No worries.
Well, we knew where Leland was. He was definitely on his way back to the quarters.
Yeah, exactly.
Arriving either right before or right after poor Kotri.
So this is when we were scheduled to stop playing.
No.
Does anyone want to continue for another?
Yes.
Yes.
Is Carla back?
I've been back.
Okay.
She hasn't had a scene in a little bit. That's what's
I
up.
was just making sure that Carla was still there.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Good. Also, damn it, I knew we shouldn't have brought a bunch of kids on this fucking ship. Leaving their magic teddy bears all over the place.
I am Carla. I'm sorry. I don't.
What?
Okay. I need to take a break now that we're at 9:00. I need to pee, and I need to think about something. And Leland needs to decide what he's going to do now that this happened. So let's meet back in 5.
All right.
Hey, guys.
You should definitely find the nearest superior officer and say that you just found a disappearing teddy bear, because that will go over real well.
Oh yeah, no, this is getting reported immediately. Whoever the superior.
Like,
Okay, but yes, I also need a bio break. So,
yes.
good luck.
Screaming. Meow 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 meow. Ah.
We got some nice flashback trauma going on tonight. Yeah.
I know, it's really good stuff. Very impressed. Very impressed.
Real good, real good.
Real good. Got some good trauma going on. Oh,
There you
yeah.
go, there you go.
That's what I'm talking about.
What was Leland doing on deck 8? Did he get lost?
Oh, no.
Deck 8 has phasers and antimatter, tractor beams,
Great.
and teddy bears. I'm going to add that, teddy bears.
Teddy bears. I feel like Leland got lost. Or he just really wanted to see the tractor beam.
The tractor beam?
Didn't you say the tractor beam?
I did. But that's the reason he went down there.
Yeah.
There's
I don't know.
phasers down there.
Yeah, maybe it's phasers.
And
I don't know,
antimatter.
Leland. What were you doing on deck 8?
And an airlock. There's an airlock on deck 8 too.
Oh, that's right. Mail
That's where the teddy bear came in, I'm guessing.
Through the airlock, probably.
Yes, it snuck in.
Yeah.
Someone left it ajar.
Don't leave the shuttle bay doors open, and don't leave any of those doors open.
Close the doors. Were you born in a fucking space barn?
I almost was, because I considered giving one of my characters the agriculture background, so it would have been space barn.
Oh, shit. Actual space barn.
Yeah. But then I changed it, so. Are you gonna make some tea?
I need tea. You want some?
Yes, please.
Aw, you guys are being all cute and domestic and stuff. Can't believe it.
Drinking tea.
God,
I know, we're gross.
gross.
So gross.
Because we're being domestic and shit.
Oh.
Yeah. That's why we're gross.
Kim's oh.
Oh.
That just makes me real happy that you guys have been like, I've known you guys for like 10 years.
What?
You're pretending you're Cisco?
Oh yeah, I am Cisco. I've got a stress ball that's shaped like a baseball, and I've been squeezing it.
Aw.
I don't know if you guys have seen. I don't know if any of the episodes that you watched had Cisco's with his baseball.
No, definitely. At least whoever finished the work, because that's a big thing.
Oh yeah.
He left it because he's coming back.
That's right. Caldecott was like, "Oh, he left his baseball. That's him telling me that he's coming back for his space station,
Yeah.
Space baseball.
Mhm.
his space baseball,
Spaceball.
baseball." Wait. What was the name? What was the name of the Japanese baseball player that he's obsessed with?
Oh, God.
Bakbokai.
I totally thought it was a fantasy name.
Oh my god! And then
I was like,
did you see the
wow.
episode where
I
he
did
appears?
see that episode. Like, he showed up, and I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be a fucking alien.
Nope, just the Japanese dude.
Just some Japanese guy. Just
Yep.
hanging out. I know, believe me, I was like, what is what's happening right now?
Caramel on chocolate. Do we have chocolate?
Talk about let's give a song. Talk about it.
I can't even
Sing?
parse what you're trying to sing at me.
I was singing that song from the 90s. Let's give them something to talk about.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
A little mystery to figure out.
Talk about love.
Yes, chocolate.
I want chocolate.
Aw.
And chocolate. Got some fancy chocolate.
Ooh.
It is Ghirardelli Intense Dark Sea Salt Soiree.
Oh, sea salt soiree.
Sea Salt Soiree.
Oh, I do like that.
It's so French.
Mm-hmm. Delicious.
It's basically just sea salt and almonds. It's good though.
I've discovered a problem with my momentum tracking system.
Oh no!
Oh, what is that?
I'm using dice. Jonesy likes dice.
Oh no!
I
He's
remember
like,
how
"I will
many
help
you have, but
I
they're
will
not
help
where I
you
left
roll
them
these
anymore.
dice.
Actually, I think he ate. No, he couldn't have eaten one. It's gone. So where'd you,
Did he pat it onto the ground? Or is he like, I don't want this up here?
I hope he did. I don't know where it went.
Hopefully you weren't using D4s to...
Let's see. No,
mark
not
our
D4s. But
momentum.
actually, I can tell you what it was.
Good.
It was a... What am I missing here? Two of those. It was a D12.
Okay, that won't be so painful to
That'll
step
just
on.
get, stuck in his throat, and he won't be able to breathe. Oh, no big deal.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't think he could get a D12.
No, I don't think so
his
either.
throat.
I don't know. I know he didn't need it. I know he was batting it around. I am now on my hands and knees with a flashlight.
Oh my god. Jones, what a cat you are.
How many times have I told you?
Okay, I'm gonna go pee too.
Seriously, I have no idea where this thing went. And he's just sitting here. I'm having to reach over him to look for the thing.
You know it is.
It's down. Oh, found it.
Yay.
Crazy cat.
I'm really excited. I think Kraken Dice sent me a surprise bag of dice for no reason,
Ooh,
Nice.
which is really nice because I was like not expecting this in the mail. But I've been trying to get their fucking Sakura set since like November, and I kept having issues with their website. So I sent them an email and I was like, "Hey, I'm having issues with your blah," and I didn't get a response. And then I found out just this week that um, that they were gonna put up another chance to get that set. And they were like, "Oh yeah, it's our last chance set." And I was like, "Okay, I'm definitely gonna get the set this time." So I waited on the website, and like I was clicking refresh, and the button never changed. And I was like, "What the fuck is happening? I really want this set." And like I thought that I had missed out on it, so I was like, "Oh man, that really sucks." I'm gonna send an email because like I never saw like the button go up for this thing to sell. So I think I'm missing something, or I don't know. Something's wrong. I can't order from this website for this gosh darn stupid set that I've been trying to get since November. So I sent them another email, and finally they responded. And I was like, "Ah, cool. They're finally responding to me." And they were like, "Oh, we're so sorry. The set's sold out and stuff, but like, hopefully you'll be able to get get the set. You know, like when we put it up again, because it turns out we want to put it up again because people are really liking the set." So I was like, "Oh, that's cool. I'm glad to hear this because I was afraid that I had just missed out on my chance forever to get this stupid set." And they were like, "Yeah, don't worry. Like keep a lookout for next time. We're still getting stuff from the warehouse." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Like I'll look forward to it." But I was like secretly kind of sad because I was like, "Oh man, I'm never gonna get this stupid card."
Oh.
So turns out that I suddenly am now the owner of the set of dice that I was looking for,
Yay.
and it's a happy ending. So
Yay.
yeah, I know. So it was really nice. So they sent me a little surprise, and I was like, "What? That's really sweet." So I'm gonna
That's
send
so
them an email
good.
and say thank you because that was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm excited. It's the cherry blossom set that I've been staring at for a long time. I wanted to get them for another character of mine that I roll for,
Mhm.
and like the set was perfect.
Oh,
I was really
nice.
excited for it, and I was like, "Oh God, I need it!" And now I have it. So I'm gonna send them a nice little appreciative email. Maybe I
Yay.
should take a picture of the dice and be like,
Yes.
"Yo, I got them."
Yes, yes.
That was very
That
nice.
works.
Yeah, it was very sweet. And that is my story of goodwill this day.
That was a good story.
Thank you.
Heartwarming.
Heartwarming story. In the meanwhile, I've been playing Magic: The Gathering, and this guy's trying to kick my ass. But lo and behold, I don't know what I'm doing with Magic, so I'm unpredictable. So,
Nice.
Turns out.
I know he's playing this deck that's like all about surveilling and discarding and forcing me to discard, but my deck has 100 cards in it. So best of fucking luck trying to get me down to 0 cards, asshole. I bet like when we started the match, he like this deck is not gonna work for this. He's trying so hard. Bitch, let me play.
Three of a kind.
This is really fun.
Look at that.
I'm incredibly saucy when it comes to playing these freaking games, apparently. Ah! I win!
Yay!
Take that, motherfucker! I don't know what I'm doing! Bitch!
Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
What did I miss?
You missed several stories. Ah! JD!
What?
I got the dice set that I've been pining for since November for Kara's.
Oh, nice.
And I'm really excited about it because I thought that I missed out on it. And I sent an email to the guys. And the guys were like, oh no, we're sorry, it's sold out. And I was like, oh, okay. And then they sent me a surprise. They
Aw.
sent me the dice.
That's so
It
cool.
was really nice. It was very sweet. Cracking
That's
dice.
awesome.
I will buy again.
Nice.
That's my moral of the story.
Totally.
Very sweet.
Oh, I see. That's where the D12 ended up, was on the shelf below the desk.
Yes, that's where I found it. That's correct.
Clever cat.
Like
I
I
was
said, he
staring
knows
right
what he
at it.
did.
I love that it's just his head in the foreground. It's very cute. Cat eye view.
That's where he sits. Just sits right there, right below my sight line.
Aw.
I don't notice them until, you know how when cats are causing trouble. Well, I don't know for you. For me, when cats starts causing trouble, it takes a while to penetrate my consciousness that that's what's going on. Takes a
Yeah.
little time. I hear this thing. It's kind of distracting, but I'm trying not to be distracted. And I realize, well, maybe I should be distracted. By
Like,
what is
hold
going
on,
on
maybe I
over
should
there?
check that out. Yeah.
And the cat had been batting the dice around for like 30 seconds before I realized that's what he was doing.
Oh my gosh, this is horrible. I think because our cat has a history of peeing in inappropriate places, my ear is really keyed into any sort of little sound like that. So
Yeah,
anytime
yeah.
I hear some sort of scratch or kringle, I'm always like, Tack, where are you? What are you doing? What's going on? Okay.
Attack.
She's
But,
a very sensitive baby, and she pees on things if change happens that she doesn't like.
Some kisses from me.
Yeah, she's a good cat. Otherwise, though, just don't move her cat tree. She doesn't like it if the cat tree gets moved.
It's a nightmare. I'm back.
Hello.
Come back. Hi.
Is everybody here?
Yeah.
So, we're in a hallway, and Leland just picked up a purple teddy bear, and it disappeared in his hands. What does he do?
That's weird. Okay, who does he report to?
He reports to Ullu.
Ullu. Okay, so he's going to
Security!
Security. He's gonna boop his little intercom communicator. That's the word. What's her rank? Lieutenant Commander, I found something weird.
Yes, and so what weird thing did you find?
I found a purple teddy bear, but the weirder thing about it is that when I picked it up, it disappeared.
Huh. That is weird. What deck were you on?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go with 8 actually that he rolled, and say that you just on. We're gonna hand wave the reason that you were in the bowels of the ship, but you found a teddy bear in the bowels of the ship.
Sure. I was on deck 8.
JD, you're off.
Thank you. I was just saying, he's a security guy. Probably should know.
Making sure stuff's secure.
Yeah,
Make everything secure everywhere.
he was making the rounds.
So he tells Ulu that he found it on deck 8 in sort of the middle of nowhere.
I'll be down there in a minute.
Thank you.
Okay, so you go down to, you say computer, locate Ensign Patel. The computer leads you to where he is.
And she just looks at him and says, "A purple teddy bear?"
Yes, Lieutenant
It
Commander.
disappeared.
It did. We can check the security footage. Either it was a hologram of some kind, it felt real, or it's a hallucination and I need to be examined. But either way, I would like to look at the security footage if we could.
Yes, that seems like the best bet. Let's do that.
Okay, it's a good course of action. That is a thing that exists, right, Jack? That
is a thing that exists, yes.
that happens.
Oh, good.
Okay, I assumed so.
The other thing I'll point out, I didn't realize this till just now looking at it, Deck 8 doesn't actually have any hull.
Oh, well, whatever.
Oh,
So let's just, it's fine. That's where he was.
It was on a deck in an
He was on a
unlikely
deck. He was
place.
in an equipment room. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
It was a weird thing.
It was, Okay.
So you're gonna go to the security office and take a look at the tapes, and what you see is Patel walking down the hallway, and he stops, and he goes, "That's weird," and he walks forward, and he bends down, and he picks up nothing. And he stands up and he looks at his hands and then he jumps and looks around. And then he taps and calls.
Oh, he can just see his
she looks at him for a couple of seconds.
just slipping away like he did poorly on the test. He's hallucinating. This is not good for him.
This is a bad day for Leland.
This is a bad day for Patel.
She looks at him for a couple of seconds.
He looks back and he shrugs. I'm sorry. I saw what I saw, and apparently it wasn't real.
Do you think you need some rest, Ensign?
Possibly. I don't know why something so specific. You know, when you're stressed, you might think you hear things, or you think you might see something out of the corner of your eye, and when you look, there's nothing there. But this was dead
Something
center.
you had a physical reaction to.
Yes, dead center of my field of vision. I picked it up. I felt it. I mean, if I would feel comfortable having some kind of a scan done, if only to record whatever brain wave patterns are going on right now in my head, but I don't have any explanation for this. I'm sorry.
You're fine. I suggest you probably just head back to your quarters and rest for a while.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Leland.
Thank you. He stands at attention and asks, may I be dismissed?
Yes, you're dismissed.
Thank you. He turns and leaves the room. Yeah.
And Ulu, replays the security footage again. And is just watching him. Watching his movements. She replays it again. And is just scratching her head like, kid obviously picked something up. But there's nothing showing on the video. This is weird. This is not usual. and she taps her communicator, and Commander Robin Oster?
Hello, yes. What is
Hi,
it that I can do for you?
Hi, this is Yoti down in the security office. One of our ensigns noticed something weird, and I'm
Yes.
looking at the tape of it. And could you possibly come down here and have a look at this, please? If you're not too busy, sir.
Of course. It's not too busy. I'll be right there in a moment. What
Okay.
dick is this?
She's in the security office.
Security
So-
office.
There you go.
I will be there
So-
momentarily.
You head over there, and Lou, you can take it away when he arrives.
Lieutenant Ravenaster arrives on the scene, prim and poised as always, his hands behind his back and his shoulders straight. He is aware and eager to look at what's going on.
Show me the weird thing.
Show me the weird thing. He will he'll walk up to her immediately and do like the little hello greeting that is natural to Starfleet. and then
Waiting?
all right, so what happens to what seems to be the problem?
All right, sir. Ensign Patel says that he saw a purple teddy bear down on deck 8, and he goes to pick it up, and it disappears. So we check the security footage, and, well, it's better to show you rather than explain it, because it's quite odd. And
All right.
she hits play on the footage.
You see on this tape that this ensign is walking down the hallway, seems to see something, walks forward, picks it up, and then jumps like something happened, and then looks around, and it looks very real. Like this is not a miming act. Like he is definitely reacting to something.
But there's nothing there.
But there's nothing there on the tape, not on the ground, nothing.
And can you describe again for me what it was that the ensign saw? Is he there in the room?
No, I sent him back to his quarters.
That's very interesting. And it was a stuffed purple teddy bear?
Yes.
I would like to run a search function on the ship to uncover whether or not there is any ship record of there being a purple teddy bear of any sort belonging to any of the children that we have.
All right, sir. That sounds like a good idea.
Is that something that would be on file, Jack? What do you think? Would their belongings be itemized?
I don't think so. I honestly don't.
Test that.
Now, what you could do is check the surveillance that you do have and try and search for it to see if that item is visible, like when they come on board. If you know, I don't think there'd be surveillance inside the quarters, but everywhere else on the ship there'd be surveillance, and maybe pick something up. So you could do
I
some kind
imagine
of.
that it would be kind of like like you're going through airport security. You know,
Could be, but I don't.
especially if you're going onto a ship, like everybody would want to know, like what kind of shit are you bringing on this ship? Because this ship is like New Zealand, and if anything gets into our small country of New Zealand and it's dangerous, we're gonna be fucked. So we need to screen everything that gets in. I'm imagining the ships as New Zealand and boarding processes as getting in on.
It's it's up to Dusty, but I think that sort of check might have been made prior to embarkation. but it wouldn't be something where they had itemized every little item that every person had when they
Yeah,
came in.
yeah. I could see. Okay, here's what I'll say: is I could see their things being searched through, like standard procedure, but not necessarily itemized, just like to make sure that there's nothing dangerous in them. So what you'd probably want to do is contact the security officer that did that search and ask them.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I would like to conduct the search and view the I'd like whatever. I want that person.
Yeah. So
whoever's responsible for this. Who's responsible?
Heads roll.
you find out who was in charge of that task, and you contact them, and they report to you that there was nothing suspicious in the children's belongings, and to their recollection, which they feel very sure about, that there was no teddy bear in any of the children's belongings.
A little bit old for teddy bears, most of them.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Commander Ramanaster is like, I'm not quite too sure about that. I've already had to locate one stuffed animal so far. Well,
Is the
I suppose
Sorry.
there's been no records of any purple teddy bears being on board. We should definitely get medical to check in on this and verify whether or not our common denominator is responsible for this perhaps hallucination.
Okay.
I'm afraid I'm not well versed in medical procedure, but I imagine that we have plenty on board who are able to fulfill that role.
Indeed. Would you like me to allow him to rest for another hour or so and call someone up
Yes.
for medical?
Yes, let him rest for another hour, and then
Okay.
perhaps check in after that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Of course. Thank you for keeping an eye out.
Yes, of
We need
course.
to keep ourselves on high alert, despite this being a research and development ship. I think that we must be all the more on our toes
Indeed.
in regards to happenings and goings on the ship. Keep me apprised of anything that might come up. I will be awaiting for more updates on the situation as we proceed.
Yes, sir. Most definitely, sir.
Nice work, you guys. So,
Thank you.
Before I keep going, I actually want to adjust our timeline on this. This is day 3. So what happened on day 2 in our timeline, playing wise, is that those 2 holodeck combat things happen, and now we're on day 3.
Okay.
And where do I want to take? I think actually I want to keep this going and skip an hour from now. And I would like for us to start with Ullu in her office, sending a message over to Leland that she'd like him to sickbay to have an examination.
Okay. She taps her communicator and says, Uhen+Patel?
He answers almost immediately. He has not been able to sleep. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'd like you to report to sickbay just for a routine examination, please.
Sir. Right away, sir.
Thank you.
He had been expecting that, so he goes to sickbay.
Hey, So when he heads over to sickbay, he finds that. Well, here's a question for Uhen and Kotri. Are you leaving Emma on? Like, is she the door greeter, or are you just kind of like calling her in when you have an emergency to deal with? How are you?
I feel like Uhen's gut feeling would be to leave Emma on at least pretty consistently at first so she can gather a lot of data. She's compiling a report to send to Emma's programmers. So yeah, she would have Emma on as much as she could stand her, maybe.
That sounds good.
Okay. So when Leland comes in, he is greeted by Emma, who I have described before, who steps forward with a cheerful smile, and she says, "Good morning, Ensign. Welcome to sickbay. How can we help you today?"
That's a good question. I suppose maybe you should contact Lieutenant Commander Ullu to find out what kinds of scans she would like you to run on me. But I saw something that wasn't there. So
I see. Well, Dr. Uhen is currently on her lunch break, but Crewman Kotri will be able to help you with no problem. Why don't you take a seat over here on this med bay, and I will retrieve her for you. I'm sure you'll be totally fine in no time. And she leaves.
So cheerful.
And she goes to the office where Kotri is doing paperworky things. And she says, "Crewman Kotri, you have a patient who is having some hallucinations, it sounds. He has been ordered by the commander of, the chief of security to have an examination done."
And Kotri, under her breath, goes, "Oh, thank the prophets," and puts down all the paperwork, which she hates. She's much better at handling medical problems than the paperwork dealing with those medical problems. So she stands from the desk and straightens her uniform and exits out into the main part of sickbay. And is Leland sitting up on one of the bio beds?
Yes.
Or...
Yes.
Okay. So she would approach and she would say, Uhen+Patel, what can we do for you?
Gives her kind of a... Sorry. Oh, did somebody...
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering if would sickbay have gotten some kind of like a call from Ullu first, or would Kotri not have any idea of why he was coming in?
I think it's fine that he came in to just tell her the story.
Okay.
So he gives her kind of a nervous, tight smile, and I was ordered to come in here because about an hour ago I saw and felt something. I picked up an object that I thought was there, and it disappeared. And looking at the security footage, there is nothing there. So, Lieutenant Commander Ullu would like me to be examined.
Sounds like that was the right choice. You're coming here. All right. Sit there. Give me a minute. Let me grab some equipment. And she goes and gets the medical tricorder with the little cylindrical doodly-doo. Starts to scan his head.
Okay.
So look at everybody.
Medical science.
Medical science.
Just hold still. I'm gonna look inside your brain.
Yep, we're doing a CAT scan. It's real easy now.
You can do at least a preliminary scan of his brain with your tricorder. There is still a certain amount that you do need bigger equipment for, like measuring certain brain waves, and you can get a decent baseline of if a brain is really fucked up by doing a quick scan. But there is definitely a deeper level. If you to find nothing, then okay, do we need to hook you up to a space MRI?
Right. But this would be the first step, would be the medical tricorder.
Yes, exactly. Okay. And so you take a look at his brain. You take a look at the waves that you have on file for him. Do a scan for anything like lesions, clots, or anything like that. That's pretty easy to check for. With tricorder, you can find damage pretty easily. You can find if it was like really overactive or underactive. He's looking normal. Everything looks like a normal human brain, and it matches his records.
Have you been under any particular stress, or have you ever had hallucinations in the past?
I've not. No, this is entirely new. And
there are some deeper tests we can do, but looking at the preliminary scans, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. All of your brain waves here, you can see up on the screen here, these match what you have on file. No particular abnormal spikes, other than you can see here that your blood pressure is a little high, which that would make sense, given if you had some sort of stressful experience, which it sounds like you have. But no damage, no trauma, no alien brainwaves.
Just looks funereal. He is so sad. He's having visions of being dishonorably discharged.
Oh no.
Like, it's gone from I'm not getting the job as the away team deputy to I'm getting kicked out of Starfleet because I'm sick or something.
Oh no.
It's so sad. To answer your earlier question, what do you call Kotri doctor?
Beep.
I don't know if he knows the difference between Kotri and Uhen's medical rank, if that's the right word for it.
You can see it on the lapels, right?
Yeah, she has. Yeah, she has like the little enlisted.
Yeah, you can see that she's not a mission officer, and she's low on the ranks, but it's also clear that she's in a decently high position for the experience she has.
Yeah.
Right.
So Kotri is used to having people call her doctor, even though she technically isn't.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel like he would just call her doctor because
the situation, the setting, it makes sense. Yeah.
So to answer your earlier question, Doctor, I have been under stress. I don't feel like it. Well, I didn't think it was particularly great amount of stress. As you know, they put us through hell in Starfleet training on a routine basis, so I'm no stranger to hard work and stress, but I don't know. I got too excited, new mission, new ship. I don't know.
The thing that you saw, did you have any... Was it something familiar to you? Something from your past?
It's a good question. What do you think, God?
It was not something you'd ever seen.
No, I had never seen it before. It was a purple teddy bear. I don't know how familiar you are with children's Earth children's toys, but it's something a little.
So we do have teddy bears on.
Okay, so I don't know. If maybe someone was playing a trick on me. I don't know.
Did it? This
I'm
isn't
sorry.
my
I'm
area of
just
expertise.
obsessed.
I can't find anything wrong with you. Perhaps we need to get someone else involved who might have more experience with this sort of thing. I think she would probably contact the captain at this point.
Okay. I'm actually going to cut that scene where that's at. And
Kotri pats his shoulder like a person with the broom pats the person. That's her sort of like awkward. It will be okay. There.
is Kotri going to tell him that she's going to contact the captain?
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't you finish that scene with her telling him?
Okay. I think at this point we should talk to the captain. This is a research and development ship. It's possible that I don't know about you, but I know I don't have security clearance for everything that's going on here. It's possible that there's something on board that could have this sort of effect. And in that case, if this is related to someone's experiment, then the captain should know about it. That's my feeling.
Okay, yeah. He is both scared, relieved, feels bad, feels hopeful. Like, okay.
Don't worry, Ensign. This is a ship full of strange things. I feel like of all the ships in Starfleet, this is the one that something like this is most likely to happen on.
Oh.
I'm sure you are fine.
Thank you.
That's the best she's got.
All right, and then we will cut there. And now we're another hour. So what do you guys?
I did it all night.
This is 4 hours.
Yeah. I probably don't have
Feels
much
like
more
one.
I probably don't have much more than like another half an hour in me.
Okay.
Because I'm still kind of sick, so.
No, I feel it.
Yeah. But I'm fine with going a little longer if everyone else is.
Anybody else?
I also think I have about another half hour left in me, but I'm game too.
Okay. Okay. Well, then we are going to go to the bridge. And we are going to be having a couple of events that are taking place at the same time. So I'm going to be sure to check in with where this is happening in relation to the other things. And we are starting with Commander Thenar's point of view, leaving from the conversation with Ullu about Leland. So you just said, okay, give him an hour to rest and then send him to sickbay. And then you went back to the bridge to be there. Things. And on your agenda for the day is that you are approaching a space station where you're picking up some medical samples that you are transporting to another research station to do researchy things. This is your guys' job. It's fetch questy.
Yep.
Yes.
And in the interest of optics and pomp and circumstance, part of your job is you get to go over, hello to the space station people, say, okay, we got the things, see you later. So you know that that's on your docket today, coming up pretty soon. You're approaching. No other player characters are on the bridge at the moment with you.
Okay.
But you are on the bridge with Ensign Emid. Wait, that's his first name. So he's Ensign Zizik, right? Zizik, Ensign Zizik. And this is your third day now. You're starting to, know the people around you that are working under you. The con officer, so he's the flight controller. And he has a very well put together look to him. He has a confidence and clearly takes a joy in his job and is happy with what he's doing and loves flying a spaceship. He's one of those young, enthusiastic, I'm excited to be in Starfleet and I'm good at what I do.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a lieutenant.
I'm sorry, I thought he's in a junior grade?
Hello? Yes?
He's junior grade?
Lieutenant junior grade.
Okay, there we go. He's lieutenant junior grade. He's not as fresh as I.
He's slightly less fresh.
But he seems
amazing.
Fresh. He's freshened himself.
He's had a little bit of a meteoric rise for the number of. He has a high rank for the number of years he's been in.
Yeah.
Okay.
But today, you can't help but notice, because of being the telepath that you are. You do your best. Everybody does their polite best, telepaths, to not read into other people's thoughts at all.
It's really hard. It's like not breathing.
Right. I feel like I should talk to Jack and you about telepath and empath stuff, and because
that's right. He's a Betazoid, isn't he?
He's a Betazoid, but he's not a
God,
telepath.
how funny.
He's an empath. So
that's hilarious. Okay. Oh no, they're gonna be stuck on the bridge together forever.
Yeah, all the time. This is his
God.
life. So that means that he is able to get a read on other people's emotions. Zizik.
Okay.
What does that mean as far as is telepathy a really intense empathy? You can read each other's thoughts? Is that kind of what it boils down to?
Well, so empathy is kind of like what Counselor Troy can do for most people. Sense how they're feeling, sense what whether they're stressed or not, and what sort of their general mood. And telepathy is you can actually send messages.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, Troy and her mother can share a telepathic connection because they're so close. But in general, Zizik can't really communicate privately like that. He just sort of has a sense of what people are feeling inside. If he tries to sense that, that's what he can sense.
But then if you're a telepath, you can get an even stronger vibe off of people, quote unquote, empathically, and then who have potential to do other shit actually read people's thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad I'm beginning to understand. So, in that case, I think that it's pretty solid for me to say that while you have experienced Zizik as really put together for the last 2 days, he is nervous today. There's something about him. He's still he's got his face on, but his mind is preoccupied with something. He's feeling anxious about something, and that brings an extra concern to you because you know that he specifically requested to be on your little team to go over to this space station.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you know that it's because he actually told you it's because there's somebody on staff there that he knows academy. So he was just, hoping for the opportunity to cross paths, say hi really quick, and it was not a big deal, and he was allowed to do that. But now he seems really anxious.
Okay, I'm gonna regard him with that look that parents use, like when you know what your child is thinking, but like they don't know, but you know. And he's gonna move over to him and say, "Are we looking forward for today's disembarkment?"
He jumps a little bit because he was maybe more lost in his thoughts than a pilot should be.
It's like second nature to him. He's on autopilot.
He's also an empath. You shouldn't be able to startle him that easy.
I guess that's true. He's emotionally startled. He's startled by the fact that this conversation is happening. Or perhaps alarmed is more appropriate. And I think that probably the idea of an Enar as your commanding officer, especially when you understand telepathy, is very intimidating.
Yeah, there's a lot of weight that goes with that.
Right. And so he's probably been like contemplating what this relationship is going to be like a lot. But he still keeps his face on, but you can feel there's a lot of things going on in his mind right now. And he says, sorry, Commander, I guess my mind is kind of racing right now. It's probably hard not to notice.
In fact, it is. It is very hard not to notice. I take it upon myself to make sure that my abilities as an Ainarian does not influence my judgment or understanding of my surroundings, but it does make it very hard to deal with when there is another empath in the room. Would you like to talk about what's on your mind? I have not prodded. I have not reached any further than just feeling your anxiety.
Sorry for being so loud.
It's alright.
Okay.
I imagine that this is something that we're going to have to get used to.
Well, I'll try to keep my voice down, my inner mind quiet, as it were. I mean, it's. I guess since I'm going with you, I should be forthright.
I would like that.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing, but I have sort of a phobia of transporters. And you actually know, as the commander, as the XO, that there has been a transporter accident in his service record.
Oh no!
Oh no!
So
That's
he
so sad.
had a really bad experience and was left with a fair amount of trauma from this transporter accident that happened. And he willingly just signed up to take a transporter for no reason.
That's a brave thing that you're doing and offering to come with me. I would have assumed that you would have liked to stay away from that room, but I admire your courage.
Oh, I would, Commander. Don't get me wrong. But, it's, I don't want to let it control me. I live in space. Kind of ridiculous to expect to work for Starfleet and conveniently not use transport whenever I feel.
I mean, we all have the things that we are afraid of. And believe me, even though I am your commander, there are plenty of things in space that I am afraid of as well.
At that very moment, you are actually interrupted by someone on the other side of the bridge.
Oh, Captain.
And it is the communications officer.
Oh, shit.
Who is an NPC who you have not met. I mean, you people haven't met, but you've met, so you've already met everybody.
I know this.
He hasn't. Yeah, you own this. This is a Vulcan male named Sesek. Do you know offhand what his? Wait, I've got it. Oh, he's a petty officer. That makes him a crewman.
He's above a crewman and below an ensign.
So how is he addressed?
Oh, petty officer.
Oh, okay. So this is Petty Officer Sesek.
Yeah.
And he is a Vulcan, and he has that golden copper hue to his skin. And he's a very classic-looking Vulcan with the Vulcan hair and
Sweet.
the Vulcan mannerism. He's a well put together man. He's a young man. He's 32, so he mans the comm stations, and he speaks up from his station, and he says, "Commander, I'm very sorry to interrupt." Oh yes, thank you.
Sure.
But, sir, may I speak to you privately for a moment?
Of course, petty officer. I will be right there. Did you want to take this off the bridge?
No, you could... It will just take a moment, sir.
Okay.
So you
Commander
approach
Theodore
him.
walks over. His little dealy bops on his head are very alert.
He, as you approach, he says quietly, "Commander, I'm receiving a communication. It's from your mother."
What? What is it? What is this?
Shall I transfer it to your office?
Yes, immediately.
So
He accidentally bleeds a moment of worry into the atmosphere that a lieutenant, junior lieutenant can pick up on, and then he moves over to the bridge or to his office.
So Sesek says, "Yes, sir, of course," and he goes tap tap tap, and then on the view screen in the bridge, your mother's face appears. And Sesek goes, "No, what? No, how? Sir, I'm so sorry, sir." And
Mother?
Your mother is on the screen of the bridge. Oops.
Oh. I thought that this was going to be in my office.
You were turning to walk out the door, and you now have a shockingly distressed-looking Vulcan at the con station, checking everything, not understanding, and looking as terrified as a Vulcan can be because...
I shoot a very, we're gonna talk about this later, look at this guy before turning my attention to the screen. Mother, what is this? What's going on?
So, your mother, who is Dr. Jenkins, a Starfleet doctor, who is a redhead with full cheeks and a very sweet and enthusiastic personality. Your father was a lot more stoic. He was a lot more Andorian. So,
Yeah.
he gave you that. And he and your mom are kind of a funny couple because she's sort of a bubbly human and he's an Andorian.
Mm-hmm.
And her face appears close shot, really big mom face. And she says, "Rabbit, it's so good to see you. Look at your bridge. It's beautiful."
Oh my
You
god.
scared me! Mother! Did you tap into this?
What? I wanted to say that your doctor contacted me for your records.
Oh.
And they are so nice and very enthusiastic and clearly extremely knowledgeable.
Yes. Commander Thanar is standing there, is stiff, or like so still right now that he's trying to like pretend like he's invisible just by standing still. Also, at the same time, very torn because he wants to interact with his mom and like stop her from embarrassing him.
She stops and she goes, "Is this a bad time?"
No, it is not a bad time. It's just the time that it needs to be. We welcome to the command room. Or where am I?
The bridge.
The bridge. Welcome to the bridge. Welcome to the bridge. There are my coworkers here on board, and I'm sure that they would love to introduce themselves to you. Mother.
Oh my god. You're punishing Cedric now.
I am.
Yeah.
Of all the things I expected him to do to this, that was not in my list of things
Throw
he was
his
going to do.
Under the bus? Hell yeah.
And she seems totally taken with that idea. It's like, I am so proud of you, and you have a beautiful crew and a beautiful ship. I would love to meet all of you. And
I'm sure we can arrange for that, Mother.
Lieutenant Zizek speaks up and he says, "Hi, Mrs. Theanar.
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Lieutenant Junior Grade Emid Zizig. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. It's Doctor, actually, and I don't know my last name. Jenkins, that's my last name. My last name is Jenkins. It's Doctor and Jenkins, actually.
Dr. Jenkins.
Dr. Jenkins, great to meet you." And everybody else introduces themselves awkwardly. And I'm not going to name every fucking NPC room.
Oh my god, there's
Okay.
multiple NPCs in this.
There's
Well, there has
so
to
many
be somebody
NPCs
at
in this room.
operation. There has to be somebody at tactical.
And security.
I give it 2 hours before the whole ship knows that his mother calls him Rabbit.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yep.
And then Sesek is the last one. And he says, "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Dr. Jenkins."
Looking as ashamed as a Vulcan can.
Just pushing out the words. "My name is Petty Officer Sesek." And she goes, "Oh, your father's home. I gotta go. I'll talk to you later." Beep.
Commander Thanar is standing there with like mouth agape because he definitely was going to try and say something to her.
Oh my god. So good.
And then he's going to look over at the shrinking Vulcan.
The incredible shrinking Vulcan.
He's going to have just this very level look on his face. Like, eerily cool.
You want to
Too cool.
explain that?
I imagined that I'd be taking this call in my office.
Yes, Commander.
Do you have any explanation as to what just happened?
I honestly don't, Commander. I can only assume. With your permission, perhaps I could run a diagnostic on this station.
That would be a good way to spend your time. Because unfortunately, the rest of the fallout that has just been enacted by this will be unable to be rectified by your work. So this is the next best thing that you can do.
Understood, sir.
And for everybody who is listening, yes, I'm looking at all of you. Do not refer to me as Rabbit. If so, if you do this, and you do not have my explicit permission to do so, you will be taken off this bridge. That's all I have to say.
Is there a
And
little
then-
chorus, of yes sirs that accompany that?
Yes. Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Great.
The
Well-
bridge is fucking silent.
Glad that every one of you got to meet my mother. She has a propensity to do this. She's quite excitable and very peppy.
Very peppy.
Zizik speaks up like, she seems charming, sir.
I'm gonna slow turn to the Betazoid.
Oh no.
She is charming. If only she were here, then you could actually witness the full breadth of her charm.
He is not sure if he should have said that or not.
And that's what I want him to think.
This conversation feels like a trap.
I am going to cut that scene there because I like it that way.
I feel like if Eamon just turns back to his console, like with his eyes wide, like, oh god.
Okay, I think we can do just a little bit into our next scene, and I have a good cutting point that shouldn't take too long.
Okay, sounds good.
And that is going to take us to the mess hall for the senior staff. And we have...
Ooh, mess hall sounds.
Nice.
And this is while Dr. Uhen is on her lunch break. I am taking some kind of liberties, I guess, though, by assuming that she would go to the mess hall. To eat sitting on a med bay.
I mean, maybe the mess hall has like better replicators or something. Like you can.
Mess hall has actual cooks there.
No, it doesn't.
No,
No, we don't have
It's a-
cooks.
No, it's a replimat.
there are separate mess halls for junior officers and senior officers.
Yes, that's
So
true.
she would go to the senior officers mess.
Okay.
Maybe the senior officers mess hall is not as crowded.
Yeah.
We
It's
don't.
not. This is kind of busy noise, honestly, for what it is. Man, everything's over like 8 fucking hours. Like, why? Why do you need that long of a fucking file? So just turn down your ambiance and pretend they're people.
That sounds good.
Quieter ambiance. I'll say that she's maybe making an effort to try and get to know people and meet people, which will
That's
probably
great. I'm proud of her.
stop after a few days, and then she'll retreat to just eating in her room. But right
If for
now,
no other reason, it's kind of good optics to be
Yeah.
like, hey, I'm on a crew. I guess I should interact with people.
Perfect.
So this is her lunch break, and just after how do I want to fit this all together? Because a lot is going to happen in just a few minutes. Say that this is getting toward the end of your lunch break, and
hang on, you. It's not
then
quiet.
you're taking your meal.
Sorry, that like totally cut out for me.
Yeah,
Can you
Did
say
it go
that whole
all
sentence?
poopy? Yeah. Ulu has just recently sent Leland over to the med bay to get his exam done.
Okay.
And after doing that, she's gone to take her meal break in the senior officers hall. And when you walk in, you see somebody that, gosh, no, you would have actually met. You would have at least met in the handshaking, like, hi, we're senior staff. How's it going? This is what we're doing. But you see Dr. Uhen eating, I'm guessing, alone?
Unless somebody else came up to her, but yeah.
Yeah. You see her eating alone, and what Ulu knows about Uhen is, aside from her service record and knowing her professional history, is her name from your time in the Resistance.
Okay.
You know that you know that name as a really renowned Resistance doctor who saves people, is one of the most competent and skilled medics that helps the Resistance, basically. So you can decide whether you would like to say hello to her or just go get your meal and go sit down. You can do whatever you want right now.
I think she would go and get her meal and then do the awkward standing in the middle of the mess hall, looking at all the seats thing before descending upon Dr. Uhen's table. And she quietly asks, may I sit here?
She gestures to the empty chairs. I will be leaving not too soon after, but yes, you may join me.
Thank you. Dr. Uhen, you don't know me, but I am honored to be in your presence. You're amazing. And I just wanted to let you know that.
She's a little bit shocked. You would have thought that maybe she would have gotten used to this by now, but she hasn't. And she awkwardly nods her thanks and then says, "Thank you. That's very kind of you to say."
Blue smiles and nods her head and starts to eat.
Lieutenant Commander Ulu, was it?
Yes.
Then she backpedals really hard. She was going to start asking questions, try and make conversation, and she's just, good to meet you. Thank you for saying hello.
Thank you, Doctor.
Is bad at making conversation.
Ulu's just starstruck.
You can always just eat in personable silence.
This is still a good step. This is still a good step for the doctor. Look, you've got a lunch friend.
Yay.
Okay, so I need to play with the thing now. The sound thingy. And of course, I'm forgetting everything that Jack taught me.
You'll get the hang of it.
It's in a different place. Okay. Sorry, guys.
You're fine.
You're fine.
It's okay. They're just eating in personable silence. They're awkwardly
Exactly. We're
sitting
just
there.
experiencing their awkward silence.
This is the awkward silence. complete
Yeah.
with, you know, background
nervously,
noises.
kind of glancing at each other, wondering, man, I should say something. This is awkward, but what can I say? What can I absolutely say? There's nothing. If I say anything, that means I'm gonna have to actually keep up with the whole conversation. Who am I? Who am I to do that? I got nothing.
Amazing.
Jesus, what am I doing on this ship?
I love that we don't know which person's mind this is, but it could be either of them.
Yep. It's totally both. Let's see, we're all here.
Yeah. What am I doing? What am I even doing here?
Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening.
So, as you eat in silence,
Oh,
and Uhen, you start to, wrap up your meal, and sorry, work? Nope, that didn't work. That's the wrong one. That's why.
To be fair, I feel like Bajorans probably have a lot of awkward silences with each other because it's kind of like, what do you talk about?
No.
How do you avoid talking about the occupation?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little tough. It's like, hey, I know you from this horrible war that we fought. We don't either of us really want to talk about that.
That sounds like an attack. What is that?
Sorry about that. My bad. So, stop that for a second there. As you sit here in silence and then eventually start to wrap up, the doors open to the mess hall and 7 Jem'Hadar warriors in.
Sorry, excuse me.
What? Excuse me?
And they immediately open fire.
Oh.
And that is where we will end the game for tonight.
This is the
Dude.
worst.
What's going on this ship?
What is happening?
I got it. Here's the solution. You just have to walk up to one of the Jem'Hadar and pick it up, and it'll disappear. just bridal carry that. It's Spanish. It's fine.
There you go. Here's my sound effects that didn't work out.
What? Charging up weapons.
They
Charging up lasers.
open fire on the mess hall.
Wait.
And this is the senior officers mess hall?
Oh,
Yes, it is.
No.
Man. I mean, at least you've got, head of security and the chief medical officer in there. It's probably the 2 best people to be there.
Those are the 2 worst people.
Thank you, everyone. It feels it made it feel like a real episode with your ending theme music.
I even got the 2 hooks in. I got the midpoint hook and the 2-parter hook.
That's true.
Oh, this is a 2-part episode bullshit now, but I can't binge it.
It does not even exist yet.
That sucks. No, I'm all
and the best part about it is that literally nobody knows what will happen next, even the GM.
Yep.
That's true.
Well, that puts me at ease. But also,
dude, you guys did so good. Oh my gosh, you did some things expect at all and that were really fun.
Awesome.
Thanks for trying to embarrass my boy.
I would say that I succeeded in.
The call from mom.
Call from mom. I would like to say that I think that he managed to turn around that embarrassment as well.
He
think
Yeah, he did.
Great
fucking
job.
owned that son. Don't get me wrong. He under material all the
I mean, I don't think anybody there will dare call him Rabbit to his face, but they will still definitely spread the news about the nickname. Let's be real.
Oh my god! Yeah,
He's gonna
no,
put a
it's-
security thing on. Time if anybody rabbit over.
Oh no.
Yep.
A Google alert. You have to set up a Google alert.
Let's go set up a
uses
Google
the word
alert.
rabbit, it sends a ping to his communicator. They can totally
And
do
it's
that,
gonna be
right?
like, who the fuck?
He gets
And
pinged
why?
a lot by Chuck because he's just talking about Velveteen.
Oh my god. Yes.
Oh no! I can't believe that I've created 2 characters that are using rabbit themes.
It just
Yeah.
happened.
It's completely
I thought
unintentional.
you did that on purpose.
No, no, it was absolutely unintentional.
That is
That's
so
adorable.
I did rabbit at first because I know that I wanted him to be an Enar, but I didn't like the little dealy bops, so I was like, fuck it, replace them. So
Oh my
I cut
God.
them off, and
Oh,
then
geez.
that's how he became Rabbit because he looked like he had little rabbit ears on his head. So I was like, okay, I'll just call him Rabbit, White Rabbit. And
I
then
just
Chuckles happened to his character happened to attach to the concept of Velveteen Rabbit because that's one of the not as popular
comes to
stories of becoming a real boy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's not
So I
as
didn't wanna
obvious
do
as Pinocchio.
Yeah, I didn't want to do Pinocchio, so I wanted to do a rabbit. So I was like, shit, what have we done?
Can I just say though that maiming a character for aesthetic reasons is the most Chelsea thing I have ever heard.
Totally.
Pure aesthetic.
Don't like the way
Wow.
this looks, so I'm gonna cut him off.
Also,
Called
also
I've
just
never
on
seen someone call loud
I'm feeling so called out right now.
male as on a megaphone.
I know. What the fuck, Mail?
Also, on the topic of rabbits, I think we should probably keep Watership Down off of the watch list for Chuck.
Yeah. No Watership Down.
But put it on the read
I
list
don't-
because it's a good frickin' book.
It was a good
It's a
book.
good book.
It's at least a cautionary tale about not being shitty.
It
Yeah.
is, yeah.
And letting
There's a
people
lot
have
of
free
nasty
will.
shit that happens.
I have not read that book, but I just finished watching the Netflix miniseries, which was
Oh,
pretty
sweet.
decent.
I liked
It's
it. Yeah.
Animal Farm meets Walking Dead.
Yeah, pretty much.
Book feels
They-
more like The Hobbit with rabbits.
Yeah, I could see
Really?
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
that. Plus, like,
Interesting.
Really love
some
the
like
book.
creepy culty stuff.
The 70s animated movie, or 70s or 80s, was
I could see that thinking about it from a different perspective if it felt more like medieval, like you had the cult and then you had like a castle. But for me it felt very post-apocalyptic because it starts out with
Yeah.
them losing their home and running away, and then they
Yeah.
run away to this very dystopian sort of environment where there's
That's
dangerous things
True.
that are the humans that feel to me like fucking zombies that in Walking Dead are peripherally there as the threat, but the real story is how dangerous that the humans are to one another. And then you have these factions of rabbits that are zealots and mistreat each other, and they run into them and have to run away from them. I feel like there's a lot of parallels there, and I should write a thesis about it.
Yeah.
I can
dude.
see that.
Watership
I could
Down is definitely deserved.
Definitely finish college with that thesis.
No, you totally could.
I
That's absolutely
I
true.
really encourage people to read the book though because it's amazing and there's
It's
all
really good.
rabbit mythos that you get to read, and you learn the rabbit language, and at the end of the book, there's this really badass line that's entirely in the rabbit language, and you read it, and you're like, yeah, I'm a nerd!
Oh man,
Yeah.
I did not
I
read it. I was
understand this.
super fascinated by the language of mythos. I thought it was great.
The mythos is really
I
fleshed
do
out.
want to read it.
Yeah, no, it's super fleshed out. It's really nice. I think it's like one of the I don't know, like I love Tolkien's language, but I really like the rabbit language.
Yeah, because there's only like 8 words that you learn, but it's enough to deliver one of the most like badass lines in
that's
literary
amazing.
history. It's so good. I don't know. I like them. I like rabbits.
It's a good book. I got when I was when I read that when I was a kid, I got really obsessed with rabbits for a little while after I read it.
That is absolutely and totally understandable. Hi, baby.
I think I have a copy of it.
Of Watership Down?
Yeah, somewhere I do.
In this house?
Might be at mom's.
Hmm.
But I have like a nice hardcover of it somewhere.
Oh.
It must be in storage with your mom because I haven't.
Yeah, it might be at her place. There was also a sort of sequel that was like a collection of short stories that I have too somewhere.
Touch.
So is it in was it Plague Dogs? The other story that he wrote?
What
Does
about one?
that take place at take place at Nim? Is that where
It's like very closely inspired by Nim. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
these
it's definitely
stories
the
are
whole.
very...
they don't go all he doesn't go all the way to actually say that it's Nim.
Yeah,
Not at all.
it's just a testing facility as far as I remember.
Yeah.
They
I don't know what it was,
specify.
but like they were like really big into like don't test on animals in like the 70s, 80s, so they made a lot of stories about it.
That fucking movie traumatized the crap out of me when I was a kid.
Oh, dude, fuck yeah. Oh my god.
Because I didn't know
Awful.
anything about it, and my stepmother just rented it for me because she was like, "Oh, you liked Watership Down? You should enjoy this." And I was like,
It's
literally
awful.
traumatized for days after that.
Oh no.
But because you know that the movie has sad ending that the book doesn't have.
Yeah.
Yeah, the book has an extra chapter where the dogs fucking live, but the movie just ends with them all dying. So
yeah, just swimming off into like
yeah, it's really fucked up.
Oh man.
Although that was Richard Adams' original ending. That's how he wanted it to end. But people didn't respond well to the first draft of the book, so he added the extra chapter.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because it was like literally, hey, there's no hope. Was what the moral of that story was without the final chapter.
Literally exactly the same thing happened in Clockwork Orange. The author got pressured into writing an extra chapter that
he
Although I think he hated it.